No, that's tough.
Hello, everyone. I
You know,
got one
I'll
more thing.
probably look into it. But yeah,
I think you should. That'll be something good for the new year.
I'll probably end up
I'm,
getting one. Yeah, I should have it
I'm just
by
waiting,
for the next show.
just waiting for the. There we go. Waiting for the go live on the Rockfin side, so I can get us started. Um, and apologies everyone for my tardiness. Party apologies. Shout out to everybody out there in the chat. I see Miguel. Miguel was first in the building. I see Jared Brown, Cat 83. I see Wesley in the house. Chris H. Who else is in here? Who else is in here? Who else is in here? See, Gregory is in the building. Said Marcus, the meatloaf we want now. And on the Rockfin side, Geography Pro has already blessed us. Geography Pro says, Happy New Year, Political Matrix. I hope things won't get crazy in 2024, but unfortunately, I think that is asking for too much from the hierarchy enslaving you. I like that acronym, they, the hierarchy enslaving you. Predictions on January 1 being a cover up for science Jews and more events like Trump being off balance to promote further divisions and maybe civil war. Shoot, a movie is coming out in the spring titled this Prepare for Crazier Times. I definitely, ooh, man, that's a great comment to start the show off with. And Gregory is on both sides of the fence. I'm loving it. He's on the Rockfin side and he is on the YouTube side. So glad to have you guys all here. As you guys can see, I'm still fighting the cold a little bit. I see Janice is in here. I see Hamza's in the building also. So Chris, by the way, and shout out to Steve out there. Y'all did a great job last week.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yo, what up to everybody? What's good? You know, I hope everybody's, hanging out, enjoying life. It's a Saturday for those on the West Coast. I hope you're doing something interesting for the rest of the night. You have a long weekend, so you should take advantage of it. We don't get many of these. If you can, go out and enjoy yourself, all that good shit. Marcus, what's up? As usual, we talked already, but,
I see Dubster in the building. Shout out to Dubster.
2023. Oh, it was good.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
2023, 2023. So many things when you really look back on it. So many things happened this year, and there were just so many accidents. It was kind of like the way I'm picturing it is like we're driving down a road that is 2023, right? And there were so many accidents left and right, in front of you, behind you, next to you. It's hard, and you traveled hundreds or thousands of miles, let's just say, and one after another. It's hard to remember which one was worse at any given time. But I mean, we'll get into that. But before we really delve into that, the weather's good here. I can't complain. It's chilly, but it's not cold. So I just have to brag for anybody who's someplace where it's actually cold.
You're wrong for that. I mean, I won't.
Oh
I
yeah.
won't. I won't. I won't mess with them. I mean, the weather's not too bad here either. It's a little chill, but throw on a hoodie and you're good to go. Oh man. I decided like Chris hit me up about this last week and was like, "Yo, we should do a year-end show." And I know like a lot of people how they've been doing their year-end show is just kind of been like showing some of like their greatest hits of like what the show did. And for us, we don't really like to focus it on us directly. A lot of times we like to like really reflect on some of the stuff. So I just went. I've been kind of going through and looking at just some of our lives that we did last year, and it has been interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure I charge my phone while I'm doing that because there's so much, so much to go into. But
Yeah, Kat, I was already thinking about that. So me personally, I don't have any videos queued up or loaded up because, for that very reason, they would try to take this down. So yeah, I don't foresee myself sharing very many videos, especially any ones that would get us yanked, because the way it is, that's another change for 2023. Now you have to be very extra careful how you move, especially on this particular platform. We've seen big accounts just lose their ability to earn money on this, and whether hate it or love it, YouTube is a good source of income for at this point hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people around the world. So you have to be extremely careful these days about the content you choose to share, what you're sharing, and what you're saying and how you're saying it. Right? They'll let you have a little channel like ours because whatever, but once you get to a certain number, you're not allowed to say certain shit, though it comes with consequences, especially um, once you make this a primary source of income. You really have
yeah,
to make different decisions.
yeah. I want to piggyback on what you were just saying there because that's the difference between us and I feel a lot of other channels, because some of the other channels that are kind of like, I guess that would be some of our colleagues, you know, they since it's kind of more of a business model for them. And I'm not trying to take it away and say that people aren't out there doing the work that they believe in and that they're compromised, and I'm not even going there at all. And I'm just throwing everybody uh, in the independent content creation sphere in general. Since most people are, I mean, I'm not gonna say most, but since a lot of them do this for their living, there are they're in a box to a degree, unless they try to go to other free speech platforms. But even then, you still got to kind of really watch your back. And one thing that's kind of gave us a little bit of freedom is we don't depend on the show for any revenue. It's like
You're
I
correct.
do appreciate I do appreciate when like somebody might send me a cash app, or somebody sends us a super ray, and we definitely appreciate it. But good thing that
For
we're not
sure.
dependent, like we need to get this many for a
Yeah.
light bill or something, so that gives us a little bit of more latitude and longitude to kind of speak freely. The only thing we kind of may censor ourselves a little bit is just keeping it so we can keep doing this for y'all. We won't go too far, sometimes. But that's our only thing, that we want to keep on having these conversations with y'all. And if we can't say, the issue and say C19 instead, you guys know what we're saying. And so it doesn't
Hmm.
compromise the message. It might just compromise a word. And that's what I see in 2024 that we're going to have to really worry about more than anything. But before we get into 2024, we got to deal with 2023, and it's perfect. Right now, it shows that we got 23 people watching. So one of the first stories that we had of the year, January 6th. So I figured Chris, that was something that he definitely focused on a lot. I remember talking about this with Reed Coverdale, and we were talking about how the whole thing looked like just a psyop that they allowed to happen. They knew all these people were going to come. They kind of let them walk in, and it's kind of like that. It's kind of like you zoom in on like fight scenes, to make them look more violent. That's kind of the same thing which they did with January 6th. They focused on the isolated incidents which they could to make it drummed up and look a little bit crazier, in my opinion. I know Chris definitely has plenty of thoughts on that.
We've lived with the myth of and the bullshit of January 6th for what, a couple years now. The January 6th also ties into one of the bigger, or one of the, how shall I say it, like more eye-raising political moments of the year, which is Kevin McCarthy being kicked out of the speaker's role, right? Because he gets kicked out, that new dude steps in, and what does he do? He releases all that footage from January 6th. What does that footage show us? You don't need commentary if you really took a look at the footage that was released, and it was several hours worth of footage which was released. You can look and see it was, as I've been saying the entire time, it was a guided tour. Whether you wanted to believe it or not, the shit was a guided tour, and you had some agent provocateurs doing what they were supposed to do. As I said, if you wanted to call that an insurrection, we would have seen a bloodier scene. One person got shot. I'm not saying that's cool, but one person got shot. You're saying it's an insurrection, and we had one death. We didn't see any fires. We didn't see any, scenes of actual, we know what one would look like versus what we saw, right? Because what we saw could be the result of maybe the Colorado, Buffaloes winning the national championship. Because, Denver tends to go crazy when their college teams win national championships. So it could have been, what they showed us looked like that. What I saw looked like a college championship celebration. It surely didn't look like an insurrection. Not how the media paints it, right? But the footage showed us everything we needed to know. It confirmed what a lot of us were saying. We just described what it looked like, and the video just confirmed that. That's not so much for us, this audience, for you, for me, but that's more stuff that you could take back to your aunts and your grandma and be like, Grandma, look, let me show you. They didn't show you this on CNN.
Gregory said 66.6 degrees in LA tonight. Oh shit, Illuminati confirmed.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, I look at it like this. They wanted it to be more than it was. So what they did is they took the little bit that they had of it and played it up more than it was. You guys literally brought as many people as you possibly could to the Capitol and hoped that something would happen. And what did you get? Just, I mean, I've seen class pranks be more, ruckus and dangerous than this. So, I mean, but the whole purpose of it in the first place was so that they could get that bill, which they that funding, so that they can get more Capitol policing nationwide. And this is going to set up to more and more things later on.
Well, Marcus, let me add too. Unforeseen by me, surely. I don't know about I won't speak for you or anybody else. The latest trend tied to January 6th, though, is the removal of Trump from the ballots in Colorado and now in Maine. Obviously, there's been a reversal as it relates to Colorado. The Secretary of State, I don't know if you saw it, I'm sure you did, or at least the headline. The Secretary of State in Maine just decided that she's going to remove Trump from the ballots in Maine related to him being the ringleader of this insurrection on January 6th. You know, this was along the same lines that the courts in Colorado used to remove Trump from the ballots there. Again, as I just mentioned, that was already reversed. What we're seeing in Maine is going to be reversed. So it looks like this trend is going to continue for some time. Obviously, it's only a handful of states that are going to try this bullshit. At some point, the Supreme Court is going to step in and just put the kibosh on it. As it relates to January 6th, despite the footage that is released, we're still seeing Democratic politicians and elected officials behave like this. So something to keep an eye on for 24 is the acceptance of the bullshit that we're witnessing by people who call themselves liberals and Democrats. Their hypocrisy is just further turning them inside out, and it's really bad to watch. So we can
Well,
see when shit hits the fan, we already know what they will behave like, because this is just the beginning part of it.
I just think that this 2023 kind of started off being a little bit of unmasking, but it's going to be a continuing unmasking into 2024, and I think it's going to be accelerated because we already know, like, you know, they've always been trying any kind of cockamamie scheme that the establishment Democrats could do to try to stop Trump. They're going to do it, even though it's dumb, it's stupid, it's a waste of time. Part of me believes that some of them really think that this stuff will work. Another part of me thinks that some of them are just doing this to kind of help prop up Trump, to get everybody going back and forth on the two-party stuff. But at the same time, you have Republicans who the whole time why C-19 was going on and the lockdowns and all that stuff were screaming about freedom, freedom, freedom. They turn around right after that, my body, my choice, and then go and strip my body, my choice away from a bunch of people. And then
they really did that this year.
yes,
You
they
know,
did,
that was
and
something
that's
else that was
something.
lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, that's something that has been talked about pretty much most of our lives. That the Republican Party has always wanted to get rid of Roe versus Wade, and that's something that fell by the wayside this year. And at the same time, ironically, that they're screaming, "My body, my choice, freedom," this and that. They're going against somebody else's views, and it's the same thing which you see. The conservatives have been all about freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of speech, but you see all of them wanting to crack down on all of this pro-Palestinian protest and stuff. And so it's just been hilarious watching both sides. And then, not to mention, while we talk about the censorship, let's not forget we had an attempt to have a misinformation bureau.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember
You know
that?
that.
And the little her little songs that she was singing?
Yeah, I remember. You know, this administration, right? Did you see the clip of Biden at the church?
Nah.
If you can, or if somebody could post it in the chat, or you know, if you could do a search real quick while I'm talking. There's a clip of Biden in the church. He went to a black church. I want to say it was Atlanta, right? You know, audience, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But you know, he went to the church. You know, they was on a upbeat shit. You know, clapping, singing, praising, you know, the Lord, whatever. Biden just is there completely just unmoved. He can't move. He can't even clap his hands on the beat. Just even a simple hand clap on the beat, right? You don't have to shake your hips or your shoulders and that. Just even do the basic hand clap. He's incapable of doing that. So what this year specifically should have shown people is that the hidden hand has revealed themselves, speaking to your unmasking. This year, really more than any other year politically, except for maybe those who were of age during the age of Reagan. But the difference between Reagan and Biden is that we have the internet and there's more forms of communication. Warren, what's good? Streets, what's up, man?
Uncle Warren, what's up, brother?
The difference is, now we have mass communication, we have the internet. Biden is clearly, as we've noted all year, that is the one thing that we have been consistent on reporting and talking about, is that Biden is gone. We joke about it on one hand, we're saying it's elderly abuse on the other, it's so transparent that other people are running it. You should not question any longer about the dealings in Washington and the White House. Whoever's in there, even let's just say even with all his faculties, how much influence do the people who sit in the White House really have? With Biden occupying the White House right now, it shows that the person who occupies that chair and signs these bills, their opinion, authority, thoughts matters none. The only thing that matters is how they rate politically.
Well, I mean,
I say that I'm talking for the majority of the voters who sit and watch cable news. That's who that applies to.
Yeah. I mean, I know where you were going with it. I just want to add, because recently I just binge watched Mr. Robot, and
okay,
I feel like for the people who are kind of in our sphere of doing things, I definitely recommend watching it if you can. It's a tough watch. I mean, it has its moments. I'll give you guys like one of the, for those who haven't seen it, it's like taking the Matrix, the old movie Hackers, and let's say Fight Club, and kind of mixing them into the same movie. It spends a whole lot of time, way too much time, way too much time on the main character's mental health.
Yeah.
And I would say that it
made it boring
almost
at
fucks
times.
up. It almost fucks up the whole damn show.
Yeah, it makes it boring.
Yeah. I mean, but if you're able to suffer through all that, I'm like, I've never seen a show where I hate the protagonist so fucking much. I can't. Oh, that Yonina's correct. Mr. Robot plus 12 monkeys. That's because it felt like this dude really just took a couple of different shows and threw them all together. And in actuality, if you see Matrix 4, you can see how while he took from the Matrix, and then the Matrix 4 borrowed from Mr. Robot. It was very clear to me.
I definitely saw it, and that's why, towards the end of Mr. Robot, I was just, I was put to sleep. By the time it got there, I wasn't even feeling it. It didn't work for me any longer.
And then they throw in the hydrogen collider at the end and all that shit too. I'm like, sorry, I took us way off track, but because I just watched this recently, that's the reason why I had to bring it up. And I went back and watched this because of the Leave the World Behind and try to see if I can find any parallels. But sorry, got off track. I just want to
Yeah.
kind of bring that up about the
No,
censorship and about the unmasking, and it's a lot of that going on. And I feel like when like a lot of people in the audience has talked about the two wings of the same bird. I've seen Choosy saying a lot of things talking about the game that's going on above the game in the chat. I see many of you guys talking about the different stuff. Even though we'll take the time and we'll kind of engaged in the day-to-day, the two-party drama and this and that, we always got to keep in mind the 1% of the 1% that's going on, the stuff that like the heart of what Mr. Robot was supposed to be fighting against while he spent most of the time fighting his damn self and all the fucking people in his head. But this as I like to call I mean the Cabal is a good name. I like Hydra. Those are the people who you need to focus on, and we always need to focus on, because in putting the attention on, just like it showed in the show, if you could put the actual attention onto these people, like not vaguely like a Bernie Sanders, the 1% and the 2%. And I'm not talking about that bullshit. I'm talking about you're able to look and say, Joe Schmo, whatever, who owns this company, who has this and ties into this and this and this and this and this. A full doxing of these people. This is how you fight against the system, and this is how you expose the system, and this is how you ultimately start breaking down the system, by the exposing of those people who are pulling the strings. That's where the real focus should be if you want to do anything within the system. Sorry.
Mark, staying with the unmasking, or how should I say, even in terms like liberal and conservative, progressive, neoliberal, neoconservative, all of those things have, even in 2023, even they have lost their meanings. Because there's blurring of the lines all over the place. So you can't even really use certain words to describe people anymore, right? You're gonna have to really break it down.
But these things have been wrong for a long time. And shout out to my boy Wheezy over there. I see you on the Rockfin side. A lot of these things have already been misconstrued and wrong in the first place, because most of these people have described these things and have grabbed the concept of these things wrong in the first place. For instance, most people who are libertarians or to the right take anybody who is a moderate Democrat, basically like a Republican who is for gay rights and DEI, is basically the left, all the way to somebody who is like all the way to somebody who's a hardcore communist or anarchist. They have made the left they have taken people who are so intellectually and politically diverse and made them all one. Whereas from a libertarian to a conservative, it's really not that much difference. It really isn't. But you've taken the other side, which is very, very diverse, and made them all into like just one group. Just like when you look at politics outside of the country, that's when you realize the stuff that you guys are considering left, the cultural stuff, that's just cultural issues. You'll go into, perfect example, you go into a country like Colombia, and the right and the left pretty much are all going to be religious. I'm not all, but majority religious. Majority are going to stuff that would be considered the right. Here, you have the most hardcore communists who has these right-wing views. And so it's because of misunderstanding of the political systems in America, and the misunderstanding of these systems from most Americans in the first place that convolutes this whole thing. And then you have people on the people who, especially on the left, who you're basically a moderate Republican. You're calling yourself a progressive, and you're not that. You're just lying about who you are.
I think something else I wanted to point out for me and you, right? We're sitting in we're sitting in the stands watching the show, right? So even one of the major issues of 2023, which has been the migrant issue, right? You see.
Hold that thought. Is I remember what I was trying to connect earlier when I was saying this big unmasking. The biggest unmasking that is going on right now connects to what is going on right now. The biggest unmasking of all is this show that Congress, who has Congress by the balls? Look at every single issue and topic. There is one issue where they all vote unanimously on.
Look, that's the one.
One issue.
You know, that's the one we close out on that one as we tie.
No, we'll delve into it, but I just want to say Congress is being exposed on who's holding their hand. Their DS group is being exposed right now. But sorry, go on to the migrants, because I know I saw your boy Eric up there in NY making some laws.
Yeah, so the migrant issue has been a big issue. Now, if you have been following this issue online on social media from independent accounts, or even if you're looking at it still from like Fox News versus CNN, what have you, you would look at it and there's a lot to break down, but the parts of it I want to break down are as follows, right? The people who scream, oh, government, who have historically been screaming, oh, government is too big, we spend too much money, blah, blah, blah. They are watching their governors receive people in their borders, not immediately turning them away. You're seeing them put them in buses and planes now, and they're driving them to different states, dropping them off there while crying about you're being erased. It's a government plot to erase the white man or the white person in the United States. So again, I just want to point out the idiocy of that group of people. And you can use this to, point this out to your family members who feel the same on this matter. Your politicians who claim to be against immigration, they're just relocating the immigrants to different parts of the country. And you're laughing like a bunch of idiots, like, ha, 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 look what they're doing in Chicago, in New York, in California. Ha, ha, now you know what it feels like. Well, you know what, asshole? You pay taxes still, and it's going towards the people in those places anyway. So, one, your money is going to them. Two, you're actually aiding your own erase theory that has been going around for the longest time.
That is ironic.
So, if somebody who has no fear of being erased, I'm watching this and I'm fucking laughing at their ignorance as they cheer on Abbott and DeSantis for dispersing immigrants all throughout the United States.
Well, it is. That's a great point when you think about it. That is a great point for all the people who are big on the replacement theory and about the browning of America. You're literally browning America yourself, because you're just dispersing them all over the country. And so, but for me, I look at it like this. And conservatives, I already know on this issue, this is an issue which I don't know. You might be with me, you might not be with me. I don't know. This will probably be where some of my libertarian buddies might not be as happy with me on this one. But I'm gonna say what I think. The native people of the Americas, this is their area, this is their land, and many of them were kicked out of this country through laws like the Mexican Repatriation Act, whereas some of them were natives and they were being forced out of this country. How many natives who were forced out of this country in the first place? And then you factor in how many people, which it cracks me up, descendants of people who stole this land are talking about they're stealing our land. It's the irony is fucking hilarious to me.
It's like a beautiful tapestry, right? It's weaving the hypocrisy all in and throughout, you know, the history, because like you said, descendants of the people who stole somebody else's shit are complaining about somebody stealing their shit.
It's fucking hilarious to me. And I look at it like this. Another thing is, would most of these people who feel so hardcore about immigration, would they all drop the embargoes and all the sanctions on all the Latin American countries? Because maybe if you did that and you allowed these countries to actually build themselves back up on their own without Western influence, do you think it's possible that it could reverse this problem that you're complaining about? But that's not going to cross their mind. They're still going to want to keep all the sanctions, the embargoes, all this stuff like that, and make these countries, you know, pretty much set these countries up for cartels and for corruption to run rampant, therefore pushing the people out of these areas, leading them to the Americas for them to complain about the very people. It's like you're creating the problem, yet you can't realize that you are creating your own problem that you're complaining about. You have all the power to fix the problem in
Marcus,
every type of way.
You know, as we approach 2024, you know, you think back over the year, and then maybe you start thinking back about things that maybe occurred maybe a year or two prior that led to some of this. So, you know, I'm really looking back at, let's just start, for instance, for this era in America anyway, at outsourcing, right? 70s, 80s. This is the natural conclusion of the policy that started there, right? Of the outsourcing of all the work to the mostly Asian countries, you know, obviously spearheaded by China. Yeah. This is also the natural conclusion of domestic political policies such as NAFTA. This is the children of these policies. They're here. These are the babies of those policies that have been put into play. So they always knew this was going to lead to, they knew it was going to lead to mass migration of people around the globe. You know, we're talking about here in the United States, there's massive movements, and there's been massive movement around the world. Pretty much that has been one of the major stories of the 2000s period, from the start of the wars in Afghanistan. Well, not even the wars, but, you know, the invasion, the occupation, and bombing of Afghanistan and Iraq, the movement of people, because look what all that led to.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm walking with you.
Oh, okay. No, so you know, I just wanted to make that. I just wanted to tie those two things together. You know what I mean? So going back to the migrant issue, look how it comes back on the so-called liberal as well, right? Hey, we're what does it call it? We're a sanctuary city. We're a sanctuary city. We want people. You know, we're open to having people come. You know, we can help everyone. You know, come on, bring us your huddled masses and all that other shit on the Statue of Liberty that they be quoting, right? Now, You in the hood, like, damn, I was on the Section 8 line for 7 years. I thought my name was moving up. Yo, all of a sudden, Pedro's here, John Lee is here, such and such is here, and they all getting shit, and I ain't getting nothing. That's going to piss people off. So now, as you can see, I don't know if anybody has been paying attention to any local politics in Chicago. But if you look at Chicago, specifically in a black neighborhood, I wanted to make that mention. They are extremely upset over this matter. Extremely upset over it. You look in New York, the local politics in New York. People there are extremely upset. They're not. Again, I think I made this point on the show before. The people complaining are not, white folks saying, "Oh my God, I don't want these brown people here. I don't want these, non-English speaking people near me." These are largely Black Americans. These are Black Caribbeans, right? In conjunction, they're all saying like, "Yo, hold on, like this is too much right now. What are we doing? This doesn't even make sense. People don't feel comfortable. People don't feel safe." At the risk of sounding like some host that people don't like, when you do check the crime reports, though, some of these people are out here committing some real heinous and fucked up crimes. We got to keep it a buck. Some of these people come in here doing some real foul shit. That's a major problem. Obviously, that's going to cause a split politically as well. I'm not saying that's going to result in more votes for the Republican Party. However, it is for sure going to result in less votes for the Democratic Party.
Well, here's the crazy thing about it. When they bring up that whole immigration thing, as far as the voting thing, because this is why some of the conservatives even get upset about it. They have this impression in their head that, oh, well, these immigrants are going to come in and then they're going to get citizenship and then they're going to vote for Democrats. But here's the thing. Many of them are very religious, and many of them hold pro-life, more so-called Christian conservative views. And so, if anything, more than likely, they're going to lean towards the Republican Party. That's where more the immigrant vote is going, or not voting at all. I mean, most of the, I don't know, it just cracks me up. Yeah.
One of the themes so far that you've brought up is unmasking. I think another term that we can also tie with 2023, in addition to that, is awakening. And I don't necessarily mean an awakening like everybody's getting it, but people are waking up to certain things, whether it be single issue like the migrant issue, or like the Zionist issue, or anything like that. But I want to say an awakening, because what we are seeing, at least, is now Black folks are starting to be louder with their criticism, and their more pointed criticism of the Democratic Party. For me, I'm looking at the Black people who are loudest about criticizing them. I'm looking at them saying it's about goddamn time.
My only issue with that is because I've been hearing people saying, well, more Black people are starting to look towards Trump and go to the Republican Party.
I wouldn't say that, though. I would not.
No. I've been seeing polls. People have been saying that. And my issue is, understand, you're not there. Neither one of these parties are going to do a damn thing for you. Understand that. That's what you need to get into your head. Neither one of these parties, Black people, listen to me, ain't doing shit for you. Get it clear. And let these other people who feel like they are benefiting from the system, okay, y'all feel like y'all getting something from it? Cool. Do you, whatever. But keep in mind, you ain't getting shit from this system. And I'd like to welcome to the stage the host of What's Truth podcast, my boy Weezy. What's up, Weezy?
What's up, y'all? What's going on, Mr. Young Morpheus Cage? What's going on, Mr. Cy Lawson?
Weezy, what's up, man? Good to meet you, dog.
Chilling like a motherfucking Billy. I'm drinking my beers. I'm feeling good. And I'm hearing this great replacement talk. And I felt like I needed to chime in up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, especially, gotta get a brown man up in here. Let
Man.
let him spit some of his feelings on it, because I know, like, some of the arenas that we deal in, we might have a lot of areas of overlap that we agree with some of our non-melanated colleagues, but some of them, I feel, they get blinders on when they get into this category, because they feel this is my country, my America, and it's like,
And real quick, and
yeah,
Marcus,
go ahead.
And let me throw this out there, so when Weezy, gives his piece, he can add this in. Think about it like this: with COVID, we saw all the money, all the PPP money go to all these companies, large and small. We obviously saw a lot of them invested in artificial intelligence or automation. You understand, like things that require, they've put their money into investing into processes that require less and less human interaction, right? You have all these migrants coming here. What jobs are they going to do if they are also, if there is such a heavy focus on automation? You understand? So this shit is going to I don't know if this brings along basic income, right? I don't know if this pushes along UBI or what its bigger purpose is. But this is not 1990 where they're all going to be able to get a job at all these startups. So go ahead, Weezy. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, how much minutes do I got? Because this kind of stuff goes way back, man. I mean, just real quick to, kind of give the Cliff's notes. Where the hell did the Aztecs come from? Aztecs come from the Four Corners area in the southwest United States. All right. That's where Aztlan was.
Which that's where Aztec comes from
colors?
Aztlan.
Yeah, where do the Mexican flag colors, the red, white, and green, what does that stand for? That's from the Quetzal bird, which was a deity in Aztec lore. Mexico derives from the word Mexica, which was the real Aztecs' name. The Spanish called them Aztecs because of them saying they came from Aztlan.
Now, and it was easier for them. It was just easier for them to shorten it. Yep.
Yeah, instead of saying Mexica, they just call them Aztecs. But the Mexica, Mexico, 80% or more of the Mexican population has indigenous. Some people have more, some people have less, like me. But we have indigenous fucking blood in our fucking veins. And the other day, I was, every morning I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I go to gas stations before I start my official work duties, get me a coffee. I see some brown cats in line in front of me getting some coffee. I'm out here in Florida. I assumed they were Mexican. And then, as you do, you grab your shit and you eavesdrop a little bit. Maybe you guys don't do, but I did. And lo and behold, they weren't even speaking Spanish. They were speaking some kind of Mayan dialect. So if you don't know any better, if you're a white dude in Florida with some camel gear and shit, you probably think, oh, these fucking Mexicans, right? Motherfucker, this motherfucker speaking Mayan dialect. And the way some people looks at these brown folks is like they're invasive species. And then these are the white folks that drive around in their Jeeps that say Florida native. Bitch. That is the funniest shit to me, man. And so going back to this replacement theory, I got friends on Twitter from Australia, from all over in the truth community. And I'm not singling anyone out, man, but I see some of y'all be posting shit. That's why I'm streaming this on Twitter. promoting the great replacement theory. That is the stupidest fucking shit ever. If you're scared of the browning of America, let's go back a couple centuries when all this motherfucker was brown. So don't be crying about motherfuckers. You guys replaced us, and so due to economic destabilizations
and Wheezy, lay in how they replaced, because it wasn't like, oh well, they just came in and just outnumbered you. No, they replaced very differently than what's going on right now.
Dude, it was colonial eugenics. It really was, man. And you know, the amount of mental gymnastics people have to do to try to lay a claim on this land when you're white is freaking hilarious, man. I saw somebody post some shit saying, oh, well, you can't claim, like natives can't claim land because this wasn't developed. Bitch, are you making the definition? We don't say that shit about Europe. Europe was undeveloped at some point, and that became y'all land. So now because it's undeveloped, bitch, Mexico City was as large as any European city at that given time period. Reports from the Spanish, the dirty motherfuckers that smell like shit and piss, that didn't take showers for fucking months. The Aztecs took 2 to 3 showers a day. Even the Aztecs themselves said that Mexico City streets was the cleanest, cleaner than any damn city in Europe. So you're going to tell me it was undeveloped land? Get the fuck out of here. It's mental gymnastics because they don't want to accept the fact that their ancestors came and invaded this continent. And then to cry and turn around, well, it's different now. Yeah, it is fucking different. And immigration, and if they want to use people have invaded and conquered all the time throughout history. That's right. People have also immigrated due to destabilizations throughout history. So you can't have it all fucking ways, man. And so it's the most laughable theory I have ever heard. This replacement theory nonsense bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with that. I'm sorry about my language.
It is.
No, you're good.
But this shit fires me up, man.
No, it is really stupid. And then, again, for the crowd that likes to tell everybody, one, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, take personal responsibility. It's not anyone else's fault that you haven't been procreating at the rate that you need to continue the numbers at the levels that you want it to be at. You have also, allowed your aunties like Margaret Sanger and all the rest of them to push abortion. Now, while you sit around crying about abortion and you're trying to get black people over to your side by saying that, it was a plan to kill black people, instead of being so worried about that, why don't you worry on working on your own shit? You're dying more than you're giving birth. So your priorities are all kind of fucked up. So to watch the conversation is very laughable because you're mad online, you're mad on Twitter, you're mad in the YouTube comments. You know what you're not doing? You're not getting no ass, right? You're not getting no ass. So instead of being so
there are a lot of incels.
Instead of being so mad online, try get offline, go outside a little bit, try to meet people, and maybe try to give try your hand at this procreation thing. You know what I mean? If you're that concerned about your people being replaced, I'm just saying that was free game.
It's all mental gymnastics. And the left and the right, they flip flop on shit. They contradict each other all the goddamn time. That's why I'm apolitical, man. You can't line up with one damn side because 1 second they be saying this shit, and then the next second they be fully contradicting, man. No respect to their. They don't have any values. If you want to talk about values, if you're flip flopping from one end to the other, you have no fucking values. Stand firm on what you believe in, or shut the fuck up. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance that doesn't allow them to see the shit, the buffoonery that they speak. But both sides do it, man. I grew up as a hardcore lefty. I was a bleeding liberal, a vote blue no matter who type. That's what I was. And then once I started realizing, man, these motherfuckers don't give a shit about me. Fuck this. I'm out.
Yep.
And then you see some people leave one side just to go to the next side, and it's the same shit. And I think that's laughable as well. Like, oh, like if I shit on Biden, oh yeah, he's one of us. And then I shit on Trump. Oh fuck, what the fuck? No, I'll fucking shit on everyone, because at the end of the day, we want the truth. We want shit that's straight up. We don't want no pandering or bullshit to make us feel good for a little bit, say the nice words. No, fuck that shit. Malcolm X, like, it's laughable when I see conservatives quote Malcolm X talking about how liberals were the wolf. What did he say about conservatives?
Well, this is why I don't have respect for a lot of them, and I have a hard time once I start hearing somebody that say, "Oh, yeah, I'm," because if you can't be fucking, don't even use it, because you already know he criticized both of you, but yeah, you're gonna leave out when he talks about your side.
They cherry pick, man. Both of them do it. They cherry pick the shit that contorts to their side of the equation, but then they'll completely block out the other shit. No, Malcolm X was dropping bombs on both fucking sides, man. He didn't give a shit. He was apolitical. He just wanted. He was just dropping straight truth bombs that is hard to digest for people on the left. It's like when you talk about the Democratic Party. Let's talk about that shit. You see a lot of fucking Republicans like, well, the Democrats started the KKK, which is true. But what they failed to ever acknowledge is that the Democratic Party at that time was conservative, ideologically conservative. It's like they don't want to accept that's the reason Democrats don't want to talk about the KKK past, because they'd have to admit that. Republicans don't want to go all in. I saw a stupid PragerU University video on the Southern Strategy trying to say that it was a liberal myth. And so someone sent that to me, like, because I was talking about the Southern Strategy, and I saw this video, and it was the funniest shit ever, because they're saying that it's a myth that the South and the North switch sides, and it's all bullshit fabricated. You watch that 5-minute cartoon video, and at the very end, what do they say? Sometimes people have different opinions. So they straight up admit that they fucking switch sides, man. But they just put it in a cartoon little.
But yeah,
real.
What is it? I'm trying to think. What is it? That one university. That the one you're talking about? PragerU. Yeah.
They used to be called Prager University, but they got lawsuited because they weren't a university. It was all bullshit.
Well, and so that's what always
to PragerU.
That's what always cracks me up about these conservatives. They'll show that 5-minute video, but I can show you plenty of like 3-hour lectures breaking down year by year by year by year how that whole process happened. That debunks everything that they're saying, but they'll ignore all that.
You know, Marcus,
go ahead, Chris.
They claim to be on the search for truth. They're really just on the search to affirm their opinions, and whatever bits and pieces of information they can find that affirms their opinions, they will cut that out. Like, they'll just cut it out. You know what I mean? They'll treat it like some fabric to make some clothes or something. They'll just cut out the size they need, and they'll put that on, and they'll keep it pushing, and that will be the end of it. You know what I mean? So speaking of the Democratic Party, again, looking forward, looking backward actually for 2023, we can see they made a lot of stupid moves. We can see that they have shown everybody who their intended audience is and who they choose to speak on and respect. I'm looking at all the people who were outwardly and blatantly disrespected, who call themselves Democrats and who always support Democrats. It's going to be interesting to see if 2024, if they're still suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, still that they'll continue just to pump their money, energy, and votes into the Democratic Party, because
They're still
The
going
Democrats
to be.
basically told you that. The Democrats told you that if you're trans or you're gay or you're anybody in the in the alphabet crew, that you are going to take precedent over everybody, and their feelings are to be respected over everybody. It's essentially what they spent 2023 telling you, blatantly, directly and indirectly. You just have to pay attention to really to see it.
Yeah, it's all horseshit, bro. Like,
Like I was just going into something. We got to throw in a little bit of humor. Before we,
let's do it.
because it's another topic I want to roll into. Because
honestly,
you
like,
could,
man, funny shit. I'm waiting.
we're gonna get to the funny. We're gonna get to the funny. I just want to throw in
I'm
one
waiting 'cause
real
I got man
quick.
funny shit.
I know, I'm holding you back from it, Chris. Because I mean, honestly, when I was looking at our year in review, I could go through like the different, the mass shootings that we've had. We've had a couple of those. We had East Palestine happen. Of course, we had Maui that happened. Lahaina. We had all of that stuff happen, and all of this stuff has been showing like a great kind of exposing.
The earthquake that killed like 60,000 people too.
Yeah,
This year.
But I wanted to throw this out because like this is an exposing that's happening right now that I feel is going to lead to more exposing a little bit later in the year. And Chris covered it last week. Man, I decided to be funny and send a video in that left everybody very awkward and left more than a bad taste in their mouth.
You know what though? What I just realized, Chris is not having a blue shirt and a blue hat.
I didn't even catch that.
The symbolism. What the fuck? I'm just kidding.
I missed the.
He's like, I'm not blue pilled, bitch.
I missed the memo.
So with some of this exposing going on, I just kind of wanted to share this video with y'all. Just let this be on your mind. And if we ever get to the point where we're ever monetized, I'm probably this is probably gonna be one of the videos I'm gonna put in the circulation for whenever we get any kind of a tip. So let me put this on here real quick for y'all.
Oh God.
Following where everything was overwhelming, and I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming, and I would have been
oh damn, bro.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
He's like jizzing his pants as he's saying it. Ooh.
I would.
Oh man!
I mean, I guess he was going through a time of swallowing.
Around. When I was in high school, I remember watching that cat. Remember?
Oh yeah.
I don't know how. I think we're about the same age, right? I'm 41.
Yeah. We're all in our 40s, early 40s.
Yeah, man. And do you guys remember the box, like where they would play music videos on the TV?
Of
If you didn't have cable TV, that was the way to watch music videos. And
of course.
I remember watching TD Jakes as a kid, and I was feeling that shit because I was into church and stuff. And then you get older, man. Like, man, all this shit is a fraud, man. Like fucking Osteen, all these motherfuckers, man. They play to the audience. It's no different than the fucking Democrats and Republicans in a different sense. You know what I'm saying? One is a government sense. The other one is a religiosity sense. They just tell you shit that you want to hear, the nice things. But then oh shit, this motherfucker's living in a lavish mansion? Oh shit, this guy's raking in how much? Doing what?
Yo, correct. That sounded like, looking back, that sounded like a call that he was putting out there to the streets. he wanted some young men to show. He wanted some young men to show up to the ministry, so they can ask him. Oh, no, I've never been swallowed. Can you show me what that means? He's probably more than happy to help them get that experience because he just seemed like, he seemed like he about it. We gonna get these jokes off.
It sounded like he was reminiscing that shit as he was saying that.
That's what I'm saying.
He
Probably from
gave a little
both ends.
gyrate into that shit.
Yeah, he went back into memory lane.
Hey, well,
he was
part
telling
of the accusations right now is that, like, at these Diddy parties, that he has paid for male escorts.
Man, I don't question that at all, man. That's the thing, man. Like,
yes, he was reminiscing.
It's the Vatican shit. That's
what I'm saying. That's game,
right?
It
happens everywhere, bro.
That would be like if a female was trying to be real extra nasty and she say to you, have you ever been swallowed? You might be like, what you talking about? Right?
I'll be like, bitch, ass.
So, but I'm just saying that he put that out there. That was like, that was his Thundercats. Oh, he put that out there. People who
he remind me of a Thundercat.
Dog whistles? A TG?
I've always thought of him as a
dog whistle.
He's always reminded me of a Thundercat.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
And it's kind of funny, like Weezy was talking about, like, how the what was it, like CBN or what, I can't remember what it was, 500 Club and all that shit used to come on, or 700 Club.
Yeah, 700 Club.
Me and my cousins, what we used to do is, like, we would turn the sound all the way down when, like, Joyce Myers and all them would come on, and we would turn on hip hop stations and try to find rap songs that would, like, matching up to they preaching.
Man, my dad was a huge fucking Benny Hinn.
Oh,
fan,
we showed that like the week before with him smacking everybody with his magical coat,
with the shirts and shit. Like, in the Holy Spirit, he's knocking motherfuckers out.
Yes,
but dude, my dad's and the funny thing is, because those were evangelicals. My dad is a hardcore Catholic, but he's a charismatic Catholic, man. They pray in tongues. My dad's like prays the rosary every goddamn day.
That sounds like
Pentecostal. 3 times a day. My dad's hardcore when it comes to that stuff. But my dad was like balls deep into Benny Hinn, man. He really liked him, probably because he was brown and shit. But
maybe.
But it's just, to me, it's fascinating, man. Like that whole aspect, because it's all interrelated, man. Like I just said, you got government people's pushing propaganda, you got religious people pushing propagandas, you got people pushing propagandas from all angles, and when you buy hook, line, and sinker into one direction, you don't know if you're being led to the truth. You could be going down the conspiratorial rabbit holes, and you may be following some motherfucker that just spews out fucking misinformation, like real misinformation, like shit that the FBI wants you to fucking repeat and distribute. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So
yeah.
You always have to be questioning everything, man.
Like
just because it sounds good, just because it tickles your senses, like, oh shit, man. I'm vibing with it. Like right now, even with us, what we're saying, you should be questioning. Wait a minute, that sounds cool, but let me research this. You should always double check shit, man, because you never know when you're being fed bullshit. And that should apply every fucking time that you live, do whatever, man, because you can't take shit at face value, man. There's so much nonsense.
It's like that
there.
Account. That's like that Dom Luca account. I'm gonna keep firing. I'll say his name. That's like that Dom Luca kid account, dog.
Every Lucre or
day,
whatever?
I mean,
yeah,
Lucre, whatever. That account. That's a Fed's account. You know, all of this
Hell
stuff.
yeah, bro.
It's
Hell yeah.
it's some like bootleg QAnon fed shit. And again, I'm fascinated by the idiots who follow it. And you know, I've seen him on Alex Jones. That should be a tell right there that this guy's full of shit. You know,
Mm.
but he's very popular on the
Because
on
he'll drop
X.
some grains of truth every now and then. You know what I'm saying? He'll drop some truth bombs
He's
every now and then, and then you'll follow it with some
he's
bullshit.
rehashing, as I said last week, he's rehashing old ass stories. Oh, look what Tom Hanks is doing. Michelle
Yeah, but
Obama's a
because he's
man.
got a big following, that shit gravitates and takes off.
Yeah.
Whereas we got a
Even
smaller
expose
audience,
Hunter
whatever the
Biden.
fuck we say, it don't matter. That's
Yeah,
just,
but
that's
those
just the
are
way it is, man.
accounts, you know. But there's a difference between actually trying to like put people on, and there's a difference between like operating as the National Enquirer of, you know, Twitter and shit like that. So, you know, I as someone who would like to, you know, he tries to pawn himself off as, you know, some arbiter of truth and, you know, investigative journalism type shit like that. Dude, you're a clown. You know what I'm saying? All your shit is childlike. It really is. So I just want people to just, you know, be mindful of accounts like that and information like that, because another trend that is growing more and more is, you know, all this information comes out about a particular person or a topic, everybody runs with it. Meanwhile, the truth is right there waiting at the starting point. Then you have to go back and look at it. So again, Marcus, I said this earlier this year, you have to really wait for things to develop before you even get emotionally invested into this shit, because you never know what strings they're trying to pull. So it's better off you just take a second, watch what's going on, and see where they're trying to angle this, because there's so many things this year that we have seen just the narrative completely broke down from, you know, official sources, regardless of what it is.
100%,
But Chris,
bro. I mean,
what
the
you
case
would
in point would be RFK Jr. He came out with the real Anthony Fauci. He was spitting straight fucking facts on the jabby jab. I'm just gonna say that because I know where you're at.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then he comes out and goes hard in the paint for a country with a little blue star in the
But
Middle East.
I
You know what I'm
knew he
saying?
would, but I knew he was going to do that.
I knew it too.
that-
I know.
I-
I already had, because I had already known about his Epstein connections.
Mhm.
When you hanging out, I don't. If you hung out with Epstein once, and that's it, I may give you the benefit of the doubt. But when you're flying on this plane, how close do you got to be with someone to fly on the goddamn plane? Trump flew on the plane 7 times. Clinton flew on the plane 28 times. RFK flew on the plane 2 times. When you don't think about it, man, and I don't want to hear this nonsense. Well, you're not with these elite and you're not these rich people. You don't just get on any motherfucker's plane. Think about it. Think about your own friends. And
I mean,
if they
sometimes
go, hey, get on my plane
sometimes
and I'll fly you over here. I don't care if it's a Boy Scout. I don't care if it was legitimately a Boy Scout thing that he was going to. You flew on the motherfucker's plane. How close were you to this guy? And everyone knew what he was up to at a certain point. You don't. This dude had shit tons of money and you didn't know what he was up to. Get the hell out of here. I ain't buying that shit for 1 second, man. Sorry, man.
No, you're good.
It's ridiculous, bro.
But I'm sorry. I knew, and one thing I was gonna say is when Chris was talking about how, you know, wait this information out, and I used to be a little bit frustrated that, you know, I was like, man, I wish I could find a way to work it out where we could do more shows. And I'm still find a way to work that out where we could possibly get a second show in. But at first it used to really frustrate me because all this stuff would be breaking and we'd have to wait all week long for our Saturday show to be able to bring out the information. But then probably about maybe about 4 or 5 months in, I start realizing that, you know what, it's better that we do it that way because it gives us more time to really dig into these subjects, because we're watching so many people being the first ones out on this, first ones out on that, and we're watching them
Breaking news.
consistently be wrong. Right, Chris? We watch so many people have to go back and do 2 and 3 videos on something because they were trying to be the first one out, and then it was all this other information that they needed to wait on and come out with. And so it's just giving us more time that when we come out with a story, I'm not saying that we're always going to be perfect or that we're going to get it always right, but you know that a lot more time and thought has went into our opinion and our takes on these different subjects because we've had more time to look at it and look through more sources. And I think that's one thing that's really helped me and Chris be more accurate and more concrete on our standpoints on some of this stuff. And with RFK, even beyond the Epstein stuff, when I heard how he talked about like the assassinations, and I'm talking about years back, how he talked about the assassination stuff, it told me that he's giving something and he's hiding something and he's covering. And I knew back then this guy's full of shit. And then when I heard him coming out with all this stuff, like I believe Hamza said it in the chat, like, oh, he was pro lockdown at first. He was kind of not. He was. I heard like shout out to Ryan from Last American Vagabond. You know, I heard Last American Vagabond. They were way ahead of any of the stuff that RFK was talking about, and so there were many people out here in the alternative media atmosphere who were talking about these different things. Shit, we were ahead of what RFK was talking about. And so when we hear him talking about it, like, man, this dude is just putting his ear to the ground. That's all he's really doing. I
heard this shit.
And so, okay, you can be right on one issue, but let me look at the whole totality of what you're talking about. And that's how I've always been. And my thing is, I've always been bigger on your foreign policy. Your foreign policy matters more because all this other stuff, the COVID stuff, that's still got to go through the legislative body on how those decisions are made and what's going to go. And it's going to go down to the House. The House and the Senate are going to hash out whatever your policy is going to be, except for a couple of like emergency measures that you can make. But most of what a president does, and this is what I've always told people, majority of what a president is going to be doing and working on is foreign policy. And if their foreign policy is garbage, you cannot trust this person. And when I heard so many people jumping on the RFK bandwagon, and one of our buddies, and I hate to call him out, but the reason why I'm calling him out because I felt it was kind of hypocritical.
I'll be right back.
Going ahead. I felt it was hypocritical how like the Jimmy Dores and Pasta, how hard they went at Cornell for being soft on what's his name? Being soft on Biden and being really hard on Clinton. I mean, not Clinton, but on Trump. And I'm like, y'all nail this man to the cross and go after him and then turn a blind eye to RFK. And I'm like, that's some bullshit. And I'm like, I don't know if this is I don't know if it's a racial thing or not. And I hate to think that way, but I'm like, the way y'all talk to him, y'all talk to this man all kinds of disrespectful. Now, when it comes down to it, I think both of them are full of shit. And it doesn't really matter anyway, because none of these people are going to be president. And even if they did, you're going to be a fucking puppet anyway. So to get all up in arms against Cornell and then be all lovey-dovey towards RFK doesn't fucking matter. All of them are fucking puppets. All of them are here to sheep herd, to gather your attention and keep your energy so that when everything falls down, it still comes down to you voting for whoever the Democrats put up or whoever the Republicans put up. And that's what it's going to come down to. And I told people, being that I was sheep herded by Bernie Sanders, the whole point was, if they got you over there rallies for Bernie and doing all this and focus on Bernie, then you're not going after the Democratic candidate. You're not cussing their asses out. You're not putting pressure on them. And it's the same thing on the Republican side. If you're going after all these other fucking people, then you're not putting the pressure where it needs to be. And then each side, at the same time, while you're not focusing on your internal problems, they're telling you, oh, well, focus over there. Look over there. So the Republicans spend all their time thinking Democrats are just destroying America and everything. And the Democrats tell you, be so scared of the Republicans when both of them are the fucking problems. And all you guys gobble that shit up. And one thing I've noticed in our kind of spheres is, whereas I and people who have come from the left have kind of shedded that whole defend the left, defend the progressives, defend the democratic socialists, you guys still carry water for the Trumps and the libertarians. And you guys have not shedded that side. You guys see what's going on, Democrats and the House and all that, but you guys are blind to the shit that is coming out of the right. Still. My bad for going on a tangent.
No,
What's your thoughts on that?
It's your show, bro.
That was good.
No, I mean, 100% is that I think when you become ideologically captured, I think that's the word.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the left is spewing out, you follow hook, line, and sinker. You don't question it.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens on the other side too. Whatever the right says. So if it's immigration stances, if it's whatever the stance it is, the whole entire flock is going with this. So I need to go with this shit. And in my opinion, now that I'm a little bit older, now that I've waken up, I'm like, nah. Sometimes some of the shit on the left will be correct. Sometimes some of
Be
the
right
shit,
back, fellas.
yeah. Sometimes some of the shit on the right will be correct. And it just varies from issue to issue, topic to topic. And when you just tie yourself to one damn side, that's going to blind you from the truth that you may be missing out on the other side. And so, again, that's why I don't ascribe to any political ideology, because it's all the same shit, man. Everyone likes to look at Trump as the new savior. He's the one that's outside the box. And then the funny thing is, I've got a meme where I have DeSantis, I have Trump, I have Biden, I have Obama. And what are they doing? They're kissing the wall in Jerusalem with the little hats.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the fucking day, who's they daddy? It don't matter if you're on the left or the right. That's all bullshit. Who's kissing the little hats?
Mm-hmm.
And all of them are. There ain't no damn change, man.
Without a doubt. Since I have you here, what else you think? What else you think was a big issue outside of the obvious from 2023? What were you looking at this year?
Well, as far as obvious, are you talking about like obviously with the wars going on, maybe even COVID?
Outside of the big, obvious, most recent events.
I would say trying to keep my hand on the pulse of the economy, because I was for sure thinking that by now it would have been a million times worse. And I know maybe for some, and I'm not speaking for everyone, because maybe for some it is terrible right now. Mm-hmm. I see that a lot. For me personally, this is the best year I've had since 2006, work wise. I've been working like a motherfucking dog. I've been working 90 hours a week, but I'm also making fat stacks that I hadn't seen since my real estate days in 2006, prior to the economic collapse. So for me, economically wise, it hasn't been bad. So I do fear that we are being set up for an economic collapse. I don't know if that counts as something that is major that hasn't been talked about. I don't know. But is it impending? I'm constantly in flux in my own mind, in my own personal thoughts. Like, fuck, man. Like, I work my work period. So what I do for work is I drive a fucking claw truck. Y'all know what a claw truck is? And I scoop out construction dumpsters.
Your HE, heavy equipment operator.
Yeah. I've been a heavy equipment operator since my firefighter days. That's how I got my CDL. But I do that all day long. I do it from 5 a.m. Sometimes, not every damn time, but sometimes I don't get out till 9:30 at night. And I come in at 5 a.m. So I'm up at 3:30 and I go to bed by almost 11. Do the math in your heads. So I'm working mad ass hours, but I'm making some decent cash. But I always have that fear. You guys touched a little bit on it with the sanctimonious putting this immigration laws. Shit, I was in a construction site a few weeks back. I was waiting for these cats to move their cars so I can do my shit. And I was talking to him. He was laying down tile, a little Mexican dude. And I was just like, how's work? And he's like, man, it's kind of slow, man. We're off a couple days and then we're working a couple days and off. I'm like, damn. And then I brought up DeSantis is deporting a lot of Mexicans and shit. He goes, I know. A lot of my homies already left Florida. They're like, fuck this shit. And all these people that say, build that wall. I'm in these communities all the time. The multi-million-dollar communities. And I see these motherfuckers walking with a little dog and a little baby stroller, fucking drinking the finest of champagnes and shit. And they get annoyed about us brown folks working. Even though we've been working on that. We did the same shit with your house just a few months previous. But now you're getting upset because we're making noise because you now live there. Bitch, it's, the cognitive dissonance. But you're like, who built your fucking house, bro? You have this beef, this animosity with these brown folks. Who built your fucking house? I see this shit. You ain't gonna see. Show me a shit ton of pictures of white people working on a fucking roof in the middle of a Florida summer. Do you know how bad a Florida summer is with the humidity? It's fucking horrible, man. I've been in Las Vegas when it's been 118, 120 degrees. I've been in Las Vegas, but that's some dry ass heat. Yeah. I'll take 120 degree dry heat over 98 degree with 100% humidity heat any fucking day of the week. That humidity drains your ass. You see roofing jobs getting done. I don't see no white people doing it. It's all brown folk. And these are the people that you're applauding getting deported and all this fucking bullshit. Who's gonna fucking put that roof on, bitch? Who's gonna lay down the towels, bitch? Who's gonna
Weezy, that's the irony to it. When this whole shit was going down, when DeSantis was putting down a lot of those laws in Florida, I was saying to people, I'm like, I remember when I was living in Florida, Georgia did the same damn thing. And you know what they did? secretly they went back and passed a little another little law, like, oh well, they can come and work between this period, and they start just being relaxed.
That's what they did
Because-
here, bro. That's what they did here. You know, I was in a construction site on Longboat Beach Key a couple weeks back. All right, Longboat Key is where Rumble's headquarters is at. Ironically, that's where Rumble's located at. I was there. Fucking mansions everywhere, man. You ain't gonna see no regular home there. That whole strip of land is giant mega mansions. I was there a few months back, and I was at this big construction site. They're building this mansion looks like a goddamn office building, bro. Like, just it makes you have you ever seen Cribs and you look at Shaquille O'Neal's house? It makes that look like a little fucking toy house to what these cats is doing out here. And lo and behold, a couple buses right there. And I'm working, I'm talking, I'm like, and I was talking to these Mexican cats working on it, and like, yeah, they brought us in from Mexico to work on this house. So they're busing these motherfuckers in. So, okay, you're cracking down on illegal immigration, but you're still bringing in Mexicans to finish these fucking houses. Why? Because white people don't want to do this shit.
Well,
So y'all bitch and cry about it, but y'all still don't want to do it. Even after they remove these brown folks from the scene, you still don't want to fucking do it. So what do they got to do? They got to bust them in. Because
here's the irony. Here's the problem, and I never can find a conservative that can answer this question for me. You guys want the illegal immigration to stop, yet you are against raising the wages and benefits to facilitate this, to get Americans to do the work. So if you're not going to raise the wages, but you don't want immigrants to be here, what you got to pick one or the fucking other. It can't be, you can't get it all. You got some of the richest people who can afford to pay well more than what they're paying, and be able to pay all these people, won't have to worry about this immigration issue. But yeah, you don't want to fucking pay the people. I don't get it. You don't want to pay the people. And then when you get rid of the undocumented, then you can't fucking find workers. I mean, come on, make this shit make sense.
They got to bring them in buses from Mexico anyways. But this time, quote unquote, the legal way to do it. When I saw this bus system, it was almost like a prison bus. You know what I mean? They were being watched while they worked and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They were being housed, but I guess that's the legal way to fucking do it. It's what you're saying right there, Mark. It's so hypocritical in so many ways, and these people, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance or some other fucking bullshit,
it's
they
hatred.
fail to see it each and every time. They don't want to. They don't want to acknowledge it, so they want to bitch and gripe about certain shit. What's the solution to it? And if we bring it back all the way around to where I said, all right, the Aztecs had shit tons of gold, which was lustful to the Spanish when they seen it. Shit tons of gold. You take all that fucking shit, displacing people, and now they're coming back to their roots just to raise a family. Simple fucking life, what everybody wants. Now it's a fucking crime. You guys are invasive species. It's a whole goddamn joke, man.
Well, Weezy, what it is in the back of their mind, it goes back to that replacement theology shit. If too many of them come, then they're going to take over and they're going to take control. And then it really goes back to what the real problem is. Because there's a guilty conscience that's been passed down over generations. It's that fear that if all these people get power, then they're going to fuck us over like we fucked everybody else over. And that's what it really boils down to. It's a fear that some kind of repercussions are coming for what ancestors have done. And the crazy part about it is most black and brown people ain't even trying to do that.
No,
They're just trying to live and grow up their
Just
family
trying to-
and do all
trying to
that.
feed the
But
families,
you
man.
guys have this fear in the back of your head because of what your ancestors have done, and you're worried that some kind of persecution is coming. Now, I do believe a persecution is coming, but I believe it's coming from a high power. It's not going to be just a bunch of black and brown people raise up one day and start rounding up white people. That's not what's going to happen. I don't know, unless that's how God wants to do it. But I don't. Y'all thinking that just randomly, just black and brown people are just going to start throwing white people into concentration camps and slavery or something like that? You got to get this paranoia out of your head. The other part that
makes that whole replacement theory laughable is a lot of these people will agree. So I'm talking about the people that believe in the great replacement theory. A lot of them will say, yeah, there is a new world order. Klaus Schwab is running this bitch. Bill Gates and all this shit. Those are fucking white people. It'd be one thing if it was black and brown people at the head of this NWO. Oh shit, maybe there is an agenda at play, but these are fucking white people running the NWO.
You know,
shit. It's fucking white people. I don't care if you call them Jews or Zionists. It's fucking white people running this bitch. So what then? Like, there's no fucking validity to any of that great replacement bullshit. It's all fucking nonsense. To me, it's just
speaking of.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying, speaking of like replacement theory and the economy and jobs, even to look at something else that was big in 2023. I don't know how much of the crowd is up to date on the world of video games, but the world of video games, they had a very big year too. For those who don't know, I'm pretty sure everybody at this point knows or heard of the game Call of Duty.
I was just playing that shit when I was listening to y'all. And then I was playing a couple rounds, and then I heard you guys talking about this, and I was like, Marcus, send me a link, goddammit.
Got you. So I bring that up because, the company that creates the game Call of Duty, Activision, was purchased. It took several years, but now Microsoft owns Activision. That was a huge acquisition. Within the deal, Microsoft agreed to allow Call of Duty to be available for all the other platforms, which means, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever product they have out. But anyway, with that being said, one, that led to a shit ton of layoffs, right, that Microsoft had to do in acquiring Activision. So there was a lot of people who lost their jobs as a result of that. They also, Marcus, did you know they also own like Candy Crush and all that other shit too? All that shit is owned by Microsoft. Now it is. It wasn't, but now they went on a spending spree. I believe they end up purchasing Activision, Marcus, for like $68 billion or something, or somewhere in that range. So just let you know that this was a major purchase for Xbox, for Microsoft. Major thing. The other part going into replacement, as it pertains to the video game world, is that a lot of the staff in the video game world are losing jobs due to artificial intelligence tools. They're going to be programming these programs to work on the games, which will require less human input. So now, even in that space, you will.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all.
So, look, even in that space, you will be looking at people who will be now fighting for a reduced number of jobs. That is sure to have an effect. We saw the effect of, speaking of not effect, but we saw the economy of Hollywood change. Right? I don't know the particulars
with
of
the
the
strike.
deal, but 2023 brought us the writers' strike and the actors' strike. That was a big deal for the people who are directly involved in that industry. I mean, I'm just a consumer, so to me, it really didn't matter. If the show I like isn't on, I'll find a way to keep myself busy. However, that was a major thing for that particular industry, and how the money has been split, how these people live, what they get paid. We already know, like everything else, the majority of the income that is made by Hollywood sits at the top of these studios. The executives eat up most of the money. They give a few dollars to a handful of actors to make it look like they all make millions, when the reality is a lot of them are broke.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully for the people who want to be in the entertainment industry, hopefully for them, they should, they've negotiated better terms. Same for the writers.
I can tell you, being out here, speaking on that behalf, only thing that they actually secured as a temporary victory is about the AI stuff and the AI digital property and stuff like that. That's the only thing they really secured as far as on the pay stuff.
Matter.
The likeness matter. They still got screwed. Well, basically everything's got put off as far as the pay stuff. As you can see recently, you just had Taraji, who was talking about getting screwed over. And like you were saying before, it's no different than what you see on a sports team. The owners of the sports team are making tons of money. The GMs are making good money. A couple of people in the office are making really good money. And then when it gets down to the players, you got 10% of the team that's making the bulk of the money. And then everybody else is making virtually nothing. I mean, so it's the same thing in Hollywood. You got your Tom Hanks and your Tom Cruises and Will Smiths. And speaking of Will Smith, of course, you had the infamous slap that happened earlier. But you have these handfuls of people who are making all the money, and then you have somebody who is a well-known person. You've seen them in a bunch of movies, but then you find out after they're lawyers and this and that, and then paying for all their healthcare stuff out of their own pocket, they're really only making like a six-figure income, which people who have more in their bank accounts than some of these actors do. And especially when you factor the ones who are like on TV shows who have to live out here in LA and live near the studios. Weezy knows, being from this area, how expensive it is for some of those people. So somebody living in the Midwest might hear, oh man, he makes what, 120,000 a year, basically. 120,000 a year for somebody who's famous is nothing in LA.
Yeah. I mean, it's all.
Oh, speaking of Los Angeles, and we're on, we delving into a little bit of pocket watching. Sorry, Weezy, but since we're talking about money, writer strike, entertainment, sports, the team that Weezy's, he has the hat on. That particular team has spent $1 billion for 2 players. The Los Angeles Dodgers,
because I was born over there.
Talk about.
I don't follow any of the shenanigans. I'm in Florida.
No, I'm just
now.
saying, just
I don't even
in terms of money,
know what the hell is going on these days in sports.
Oh,
the only sports I follow is MMAs.
What he's talking about, Weezy, is for the Dodgers just spent over $700 million for Shohei Ohtani, and and
one
then
player.
Was it one player alone?
God damn! You
Exactly.
gotta imagine that the payroll was in excess of $1 billion. Then, if that's the case,
he got a $700 million contract.
Gee whiz, man!
And that's not factoring all of his what are they called, incentives? Like if he hits over this amount, pitches over that amount, they make it a playoff games and all that, he can make more.
God damn.
So basically, that one player
$700 million.
damn near got $1 billion. That one player damn near got $1 billion contract if he hits all his incentives and escalators.
That's insane.
No, and
man.
then the other dude, I can't remember his name. I want to say
I'm forgetting
Yamamoto,
too.
but I'm probably gonna be wrong.
Let me
But
see.
they signed him to like a $300 million deal or something to that effect. So just with
Man, I
those two
remember the days
players,
when Shaq got $100 million contract and everyone lost their minds. That was the last time I was paying into like NBA or any of that kind of shit. $100 million. I'm like, and now it sounds like that shit's minimum wage.
the contract that really shook everybody up was really A-Rod, because that was George Bush was
Tyler
giving out
Glasnow.
the bag.
Damn, that's insane, man. But it doesn't surprise me,
Yeah.
man. I mean,
The heck?
George Bush gave Alex Rodriguez a big bag. And then speaking of, purchases, Alex Rodriguez, I think, Alex Rodriguez and his partners are about to become the majority owners of the Minnesota Timberwolves basketball team. I believe
but
that's
Chris,
happening.
In actuality, it goes back before A-Rod. You'd have to go back to Magic. When Magic got that $25 million deal, they looked at him like, what the $25 million for him? I mean,
but that's why I brought up
ablaze.
Shaq, man. Remember when I think Shaq was the first one to hit 100 mil, right?
Yeah, but like that 25 mil that he got in, what was it? What was
90s.
it? Was it 91? No.
I don't remember.
I'm getting it mixed. It was like 86 when he got that.
What?
No, I don't think he got.
No. I was just watching Laker time. I'm trying to remember what year it was. It might have been 88, 89 where he hit the 25 million.
That's just insane. That's bananas. I mean, my grandpa, he was like, it's crazy, man. My grandpa passed away in 1995, 93. And to this day, I could go to Mexico, and where my parents is from, in a small little town, as soon as I say my last name, people know, oh shit, that was your grandpa. My grandpa was a legend in baseball. Little fucking Aztec looking dude, man. And he was a pitcher back in the fucking days, man, like 1920s, 1930s. And he got offered to play in the Negro Leagues, even though he was a full-blooded Indian from Mexico. They said, hey, come play in the Negro Leagues. My grandpa said, fuck you. I'm as good as any fucking white boy. If you guys don't want me in that fucking league, I ain't playing. So he never played. But he got offered to play professionally just in the Negro Leagues. But my grandpa said, fuck that shit. I'm as good as any fucking white person. I'll fucking play. And
that's what I told people back in that day. It didn't matter.
He should have played in the Negro League. White, he would have got tested.
But he didn't play.
That's what all the pro ballers was at.
My grandpa told me I would have this. This is what made me have pride in my roots, man. You know, like my grandpa, brown as fuck, Aztec as fuck. And dude, I have legendary stories of my grandpa. I only knew him for a few years because I was a kid, and he passed away when I was a kid. But he'd be chilling in the fucking patio in Mexico. And then this is true story too. He'd have his eyes closed. And he'd be catching flies with his fucking eyes closed. I was like, this is some Karate Kid type of shit. But when you learn, and he never told me that he was a legend in baseball. It was what other motherfuckers was telling me about my grandpa. And then I saw the awards and the fucking pictures all over the house. Because my grandpa didn't give a shit. He was teaching me how to play baseball. He was teaching me how to fucking throw a ball. But he never said, oh, yeah, I was a badass back in the day. No, I heard this shit after his death, that he was a fucking legend. And my grandpa was always adamant that because that was the thing. People was asking. This is what my mama was saying. People was asking.
Steve said Weezy's granddad hella racist.
No, he
shout out to A and Wake Up.
nah. Oh, Steve.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know why he didn't. I don't know why he didn't play it.
Was because he was. This is the entire point of all this was he was as good as any fucking body, and the Negro Leagues was looked at as an inferior back in the day. You see what I'm saying? And so my grandpa was like, "Fuck that shit. Yeah, they'll pay me money, but no, I'm as good as any motherfucker out there. So if y'all don't want to let me play,
the Negro, but you know, in terms of pure talent, there's probably more talent in the Negro League. If he wanted to like cut his, you know,
way more,
wanted to like test his metal, you know, that's probably where he should have.
That's true, but you got to remember, my grandpa was in Mexico. And so money, if he ain't paying the bills, who's going to take care of the family? You know what I'm saying?
Oh no doubt. I mean, I feel you. You know, if he couldn't, as a result of finances, that's one thing.
We just got done talking about $100 million contracts, $700 million. Back in those fucking days, they weren't getting paid shit.
And I looked it up.
Yeah.
Magic made $25 million for that lifetime contract in '81.
That was a shit ton of money back in '81.
Yeah, but $25 million for what?
It was a lifetime contract.
That was a lot of money, bro.
That's why, that was unheard of in any sport for anybody to make any. I mean, most of them cats, if they got a $300,000 contract for 5 years, that was looked at like, damn, he got a good deal.
Even right now, bro, like when you think about '81, like what was okay? Here's the next question: what was the minimum wage in '81? You see what I'm saying? Like so 25 mil is a hefty.
Yeah, it wasn't no $3. It wasn't even that. It was like $1.75.
Yeah, minimum wage in that time period. So, I mean, it sounds like peanuts nowadays, but come on now, when you take all things considered, I mean, some fat cash.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. Even in the 80s, now regress to the fucking 30s or 40s, whenever the hell my gramps was playing. Shit, them motherfuckers. It was. That's the thing, man. I'm curious as to when sports figures got elevated into that god status. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because at one point it was just regular fucking working jokers.
Yeah, I mean, go back to the Coliseum days. They've always been.
Even before that, yeah. The men who are always physical,
the gladiators, 100%. But I'm talking about in America. I mean, because if you go back further enough to the baseball, these cats was fucking doling out newspapers and then fucking playing a couple innings later on.
Well, boxers, if you even some of the Europeans when they were
incorrect,
some of the Europeans were coming here. Thank you, Warren. Some of the Europeans were coming here and they were fighting they were fighting each other in rat pits for money. And for them, you know, those are the sports celebrities, even as they were fucking getting sick and passing disease around. You know, the physical feats fighting has always been something that, you know,
you can make money off of.
I've always wanted to watch and are willing to pay for.
Like, I'll tell you, you look back into what is it called, Mount Petra. They literally have a Coliseum there. This is going back to the BC days. This is going even before the Roman Colosseums. So all the way back to ancient Greece and all that, somebody always was making money off of the games and sports. And so the kings and queens, they had to have something for entertainment. And if you rose to the top of that, they were always going to pay you. And so there's always been a market for it. And also, if you look at whatever the country's going through, they different politics, they got to have distractions for the people. So You know,
Bread and
like
circus,
the
baby.
saying go, there's nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. So all this stuff we're going through, all it is a different economy for it, and different inflation and different tools. But it's the same
Different
game that's been
iteration.
played. Yeah, it's the same game that's been played. Shout
It's
out to
the same
DJ Yona.
cycle.
Oh yeah, and I
It's
wanted
the
No,
same
to
cycle.
DJ own.
I wanted to give a thanks to Anna out there. She says, "Sorry I'm late, but I'm so appreciative of you. Happy happy death to 2023. Thank you for being here." And shout out to who else? We just Political Mutt. Thank you for joining us also.
Shout out to Laura Bassa.
Everybody on
Yes.
Rockfin, we appreciate y'all
Thank
coming
you.
through.
Thank you for joining us.
Hell yeah. And then Greg Orgies. He popped in my stream. Now he's
Oh
in
yeah,
your stream.
yes,
Hell yeah.
definitely. Yeah, give them a shout out.
Stop.
We like to acknowledge everybody as they come in the room. Let them
Hell yeah.
hop in and give you comments so we can join this into the conversation.
Hell yeah, man. That's what it's all
Yeah.
about.
Especially while we're
I'm
still
gonna have to
small enough
bounce,
to be able
y'all.
to catch all of them.
It's midnight over here in Florida. I know y'all in the West Coast, so you guys got a little
No.
bit of time left.
Chris is in Florida with you.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's midnight. He can confirm that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna head out, but I appreciate y'all for having me. It was truly a pleasure. I need to have y'all on my damn show, both of y'all.
Especially Chris for the fights and stuff too.
Fuck yeah, let's do it, bro. And the next one, I'm gonna get my man Chris on. Yeah, man. I mean,
All right.
this
With
is the
it.
type of shit because there's a lot of people dropping truth bombs and shit like that, but the perspective that we bring to the table sometimes is a little too hot for them. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
And at the same time, if you are in the truth community, you got to have an open mind. You got to be able to digest different perspectives and shit. And that's what I think we bring to the table.
Yeah.
Because it's saturated with too much of one side. And that's fine, man. Sometimes I agree with some of that shit, but not all the damn time. And so
Yeah.
it's good to have different takes, different perspectives. And I think that's what both of y'all and I bring to the table, man, that folks won't hear on a regular basis. So I want to thank y'all, Mark.
Weezy, I was gonna say also before you hop off, I also think it's healthy for our community also because iron sharpens iron, and so if there are people on in our community where they might be a little bit off the mark, they can be able to sharpen against us, and so when we're dealing with people from outside of this true community as a whole, we all can be sharper by helping show each other our blind spots.
That's exactly it, man. That's my biggest thing is I'm a big fan of debates. And when you have a good, healthy debate and both parties, the caveat is both parties are being intellectually honest. They're not pulling little fast stunts. I just had one with this cat on the moon landings. And in retrospect, he was pulling some fast ones. He was being a little deceptive and shit. But when two people, maybe they disagree completely. But as long as they're both being honest on their positions, I think that's fruitful for anyone listening. And okay, I agree with this shit. Oh shit, this other person made another good point over here. And that's how you get closer to truth, man. At the end of the day. And sometimes it takes controversial topics and that's why in my channel description, it says I'm gonna have controversial talks, whatever it may be. I don't want people to get mad at me personally or hold shit personally against me. Just fucking listen. If you disagree with it, say something, leave a comment, send me an email, whatever. But don't write an entire damn thing over that shit, man, because there's too much to life and too much things out there. And you have to constantly be questioning yourself. How many damn things that you currently believe in are actually true and how many is false? You know what I'm saying? Because in our minds, everything that we believe at right this second, at this point in time, everything that we believe in right now is absolutely true. But if we take a step back, how much of it is actually true? there's probably a lot of bullshit in a lot of things that we currently ascribe to. And I'm including myself. I'm not just preaching out, like telling everyone, oh yeah, what you guys believe is shit. No, I'm talking about my own self. That there's things out there that I currently believe are 100% true. That could be 100% bullshit. And that's the journey in our lives, is constantly trying to put those pieces together of what is true and what is complete fabrication and mythology. You know what I'm saying? So I want to thank y'all enough, man. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Marcus, man. It was a blast. As soon as I heard that great replacement theory talk, I was
Easy,
like,
good
man,
to meet you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Man, it was nice to meet you, my man. It was an excellent conversation. Thank y'all.
All right, appreciate you, brother. We'll talk.
Hell yeah.
For sure. Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, I figured that had a little bit of
Weezy.
Yeah, because that one last week before when you were out, I had Weezy hop on with me, and we had fun conversations. And so, shout out to Steve for hooking it up in the first place, me even meeting Weezy. And so, I want to make sure that in the new year, one thing that I want to do is I want to have us more collaborations going on to both of us going on to more platforms and for any of your favorite content creators, if put it in their ear, if they're interested in coming on our show, we leave our show open to, especially to other content creators. Of course, we don't want to have no damn, Hillary Clinton supporters on here or nothing, but if there are people in our wheelhouse.
No, not that.
Yeah, if there's people in our wheelhouse who, kind of share a similar kind of mentality, they don't have to think 100% like us. Just, we be able to kind of meet in the middle on some stuff, and you'd like to see them on here, tell them to holler at us, and we'd like to get to know them.
Just be aware of what's going on, right? And I would ask that you're at a basic level of like, I hate to use the pill analogy, but you should have taken some kind of pill to help you see through a little bit, at least to the basic level, right? But going on, I want to just keep, just bringing up things throughout the year as they. I mean, I have a list, but
Steve said he means no tiny
what
hats.
happened, Marcus?
Wow, you wild. I will have them on here. And just know that if you're an ist, we're gonna have to debate and we're gonna have to talk about it. And know that I'm not gonna be soft as far as my approach towards you. No, what is that? What do you say? Pause? That pause? Yeah. Just know that you will get criticism.
Pause. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just know that
good job.
You just know if any of them, if a Zionists do want to have a conversation, know that no punches will be pulled.
I don't even see the point in debating them.
I mean, I've debated one before, and that was enough. I can't. I don't want to. I'll have a conversation with a person who has a different opinion, but I don't want to debate a delusional person who can't accept facts.
Yeah.
Or a person who's going to always read into it and say that I'm saying something that I'm not. Because that's one thing I've learned about Zionists. A lot of times, as Zionists, you're like, man, I think you should this one food place was really good, and the food is good prices too. And they're like, what are you saying that Jews don't have money? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what I've learned Zionists do. It's like a lot of projection and a lot of they think you saying something that you're not saying. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go there.
Marcus, I'm reading Street's comment. Do you see it? That's how I've been laughing.
It's funny. What you said? Street's comment?
Yeah.
Alien got laughing.
Remember the
Oh, yes. Oh, well, that's what we got to do then. We got to have another. We got to have another audience. Audience sponsored show where we put a link out there and then let people hop
Wait,
on. And
Hamza, you lying, right? Charles White not going to be on Cam and Mace, right? Please don't have me look it up and this shit be true, Hamza. I hope you're
Charleston
joking.
White.
Oh
You
God.
said
Yes.
Charleston White is
He
in.
just said that
Oh,
he was in New York with Cam and Mace. Because the only show that I really do watch every day is Cam and Mace. Because that shit is
Chris, I'll
fucking
be right
funny
back.
as shit. Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, Hamza, the only show that I really do watch religiously is Cameron and Mace joint. It's very funny, and obviously it's a focus on basketball. It's very funny. It's very influential. All of us who need to know, all of us know about it. We watch, and it's great. And they're gonna have Charleston White on there. Oh God, uh, I don't like Charleston White. I can't, I can't really even mess with him. But anyway, I don't want to get too far into that right now. Another thing 2023 will be remembered for. I'm sure this will be the year that Puff remembers that his whole empire shit came, crashing down, right? He had just put out an album earlier this year. I guess it was well received by some people in the space, but personally, I listened to it. I didn't like it, but it was supposed to be like an R&B album, giving Puff's history as it relates to doing R&B music. His work with Faith, Mary J. Blige, and everybody else. I figured it would be worth a listen. I listened to it, but it really didn't end up being worth anything. But 2023 will be the last year that Puffy will be viewed the way he was, right? The first
yeah.
10 months of 2023 he was okay, but these last 2 months, he's jammed up. And it's not to say that people weren't already talking about him, that the word wasn't already out on Puff, but given what happened with Cassie, that clearly that was a huge blow to Puff Daddy. Vin Diesel got taken out. There was a lot of accusations made this year. There probably have been a lot of settlements that we will never know about this year as a result of some of the laws in New York, extending or at least removing the statute of limitations on sexual assault cases that can be brought forth civilly, not criminally. What else, Marcus, entertainment wise? Music was interesting this year, but it wasn't good. There was
I don't
obviously a
know.
handful.
I didn't. But you got to remember when you're talking music, let's specify what was good and what was bad. Because I mean, I listened to a lot of different good stuff. I felt like kind of hip hop and is kind of been going downhill for a while, so it's hit or miss. But in the reggaeton,
Okay,
there's been a lot of good stuff.
so yeah, let me say, as far as like reggaeton, Afro beats, they had
Mm-hmm.
great years. They, especially Afro beats, they had a nice little run this year. They've continued. They've continued their, they've been on a run last couple of years, right? So I'll give them that. Hip hop had a weird year and an interesting year, but it wasn't a high quality music year. Was there high quality music put out this year in hip hop? Absolutely. Was that the majority of projects that were put out high quality? No, unfortunately, it wasn't. There was a lot of bullshit that made its way. One of the most popular rappers this year was Sexy Red. You know what I'm saying? Her shit is called Pound Town and ski. You know what I'm saying? And a couple of other women that went. What she's I'm reading the comments. Sorry, man. Oh, but anyway, yeah. So there was, music, hip hop was if I had to rate it 1 to 10, it was probably like a 4 this year, 4.5. Because, like I said, they glorified this year a lot of women entertainers, rappers who, let's just face it, they're not good. Their pen game is weak. Their bodies look nice. Do a lot of young boys and men, and do they want to have sex with these girls? Absolutely. Sex sells, and it's still true in 2023. Thomas just said in Pound Town. Yeah, just go search that up. Yes. What else did I want to reference entertainment wise? We covered the strike. We covered. Then there was something else I wanted to mention, Marcus, before we left.
Well, you covered video games, you covered strikes, and video game strikes. Then you talked music. You talked entertainment. You didn't even talk about how Bud Crawford became the baddest man on the planet in boxing. Anyway.
Oh, well. Oh, this reminds me of another big thing that I wanted to bring up, right? Bud, well, first of all, to your point about Bud Crawford, Terrence Bud Crawford, if y'all ain't know, that man got hands. And if you ain't know he was already that dude, he's been that dude for a couple years now. This year, if you didn't know about it, just, let your fingers do the searches for you and look up Bud Crawford if you into boxing. One thing I will say, golf and boxing is set to change. As you can see, the Saudis have really big time stepped up into that space. They are making events happen, especially on the boxing front. Look, they had a card last week in which they had Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua on the same card fighting. Deontay Wilder got embarrassed. Anthony Joshua handled his fight. The fight that a lot of boxing fans wanted to see for many years, which was Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder. Finally, it's on the schedule for March 9th, 2024. Despite Wilder losing, I think people still want to see Wilder and Joshua fight. It's taken so long to make this happen, but the Saudis stepped in and they showed people, look, we're going to open up the checkbook and we're going to make things happen. And they are making things happen. Fury and Usyk are fighting this coming February. So they are making things happen. As far as golf, I don't follow golf as close, but clearly that live deal that the Saudis engineered to supersede the PGA here in America. We have yet to see how that will play out. But again, I can't really tell you too much because I don't follow golf that closely.
I want to throw this out from the Rockfin side. That was a big thing in music. We didn't mention the Anthony Oliver song. Anna brought that one up, and brought up our friend and colleague Jesse Jett. He had a good year. And then Steve brought up where was it up? Said, did anyone talk about Suge Knight and changing the story about Keefe D with the whole Tupac thing?
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier in the year, and Suge is out there. But Marcus, I also just wanted to reiterate. I wonder, this is a little bit of speculation on my part. I wonder how much Saudi money is going to move into the NBA, because I know the NBA is looking to expand. They really want to put a team into Vegas, and I know Seattle could use a team. So if they just move 2 teams,
Kansas City can use a team.
Yeah,
I'm tired of y'all overstepping Kansas City shit.
But they want Vegas, right? So I was thinking that the NBA could do this, right? They add a Vegas team and they give Seattle back a team, and then they just move Memphis and New Orleans to the East Conference, and then we go from there, right? That
No,
would
how
be a good
about
idea.
Vegas and then Kansas City? Fuck Seattle. They don't need no damn team. Plus, it's a
Seattle
smaller
got-
market. Kansas City's a bigger market than Seattle anyway.
But Seattle is a basketball market. Kansas City, I don't
Yeah.
know if they are a basketball market.
Are you serious? You're
Kansas.
forgetting the modern rules for basketball were created at KU. I feel like
Yeah,
it's
that was-
almost disrespectful to not give them a team.
Yeah, but Seattle Seattle got a lot of ballers too. So basketball, I will say, in Seattle is something that they
Man,
fuck
the only
with.
reason why they get any credit is because Sean Kemp and Gary Payton. Outside of that,
Yeah, they was out there. Yeah, they made it a thing, and they Kevin
but
Durant was there too.
you wouldn't have the modern rules of
So was Ray
basketball
Allen.
without Fogg Allen and Dr. James Naismith.
Yeah, you
And
gotta
I'm
bring
like,
up Rocky
that's
Marciano.
mad.
Every time we talk
that's-
boxing, you gotta bring up Rocky Marciano.
And now I'm like, that's mad disrespectful for Kansas City. And think about it. If the Jayhawks get the support they get, you don't think that would funnel into an NBA team? Come on. I mean, I know you haven't been to Kansas City, but it is. I know you see the Chiefs and you hear about the Royals, but it is a basketball city. Period. It is a
Okay.
basketball
I
city.
think
Almost every house you will see a basketball goal hanging outside of everybody's house. In fact, when March Madness is going on, the teachers literally stop lessons for us to watch March Madness.
yeah, that's crazy. But
It is
You
a
know,
basketball city, and it deserves the respect.
sticking with sports, the NBA rolled out their in-season tournament this year. The Lakers won it, of course, because Lakers and LeBron won it. All of these spectators always said that the spectators said, the fix was in for the Lakers and LeBron to win. As if Indiana would have won. What would they have said? I don't know. I don't even know what how the NBA benefited by having LeBron and win. Just I don't see how much of a boost that was for Los Angeles.
Gregory
Let's
says
see.
Seattle has a team. OKC.
Yeah, I know, and they got the. Speaking of OKC.
Hey, we can't help fucking Taylor Swift, Steve. That's not my fault. We don't want no damn Swiftie in there. I don't know why you had to
Speaking
bring
of-
that up.
But speaking of OKC, I just want to say they currently have the NBA's best player so far this year in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, also known as
That's
SGA.
what I'm saying. They can give OKC a fucking team. OKC is, but KC can't. That was just disrespectful. And they had already built a huge arena for the team, but dude just wanted to move it to his hometown. That's the
But-
only reason why they're in OKC, and I guarantee you they ain't making nearly as much money as they would be making in KC. But in
Even
fact,
in-
that's the reason why they used to keep the tournament at Kemper Arena every year, because kind of like, hey, I know we kind of screwed you guys by moving the Kings to Sacramento. So what we'll do is we'll keep a certain amount of tournaments here to kind of make up for what you guys lost.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of sports, keeping it with sports today, Florida State played Georgia, and I believe that Florida State did their best, and they lost by 60 points today. So that was very interesting. All of the people complaining about Florida State not making it into, they're not making it into the national championship or whatever the next round is, whatever the games are called tomorrow, the bowl game, whatever it is. That was pretty interesting to see. Anybody know what's going on with the Cowboys game? I was watching it, but then I started doing the pod, and I haven't been able to keep up. Can somebody in the chat tell me what happened with the Cowboys? Did they beat the Detroit
Don't nobody
Lions?
care about the Cowgirls. Nobody care about cowgirls.
No,
Nobody care about the NFC. Period.
Well, look, I got friends. I got friends who are Cowboys fans, so I try to keep up so I could talk shit when they lose. If they win, I won't say nothing. But if they lose, then I'll be like, "Yo, what happened, kid?"
OKC,
Thomas, Oklahoma.
Good Lord.
Thomas, Oklahoma said we got the best play. Yes, they do. OKC, yes. They're number 2 in the NBA, which is something that most people didn't see. Oh, Warren, they won? Oh, okay. They needed that win.
And then once the best player loses and y'all start losing games, see how many people keep coming to the games.
Now,
Sorry,
OKC,
I'm very bitter about OKC getting a team. So,
you know, one thing I do have to say, OKC's ownership, when it comes to basketball talent, they really have an eye for it. They're the ones who drafted Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook.
It's not the 90s, Chris. That's a good one. Cowboys more like butt Cowboys. We but on a more serious note, Yona brought up something, and I touched on it briefly, but I do want to talk about it because I did have an interview with why am I blanking on his name right now? I had an interview with Yona about the toxins released at the Dow plant. Squid. Dang, why am I forgetting this? Oh, Octosquid. I had an interview with Octosquid talking about East Palestine. And so definitely that was a big story that happened, and they're still trying to deal with the aftermath of that. So that was a big deal, you know, East Palestine and the Dow chemical leaks. And there's just been a lot more attention being put on some of these train derailments and leaks and stuff, which is a good thing that the attention is being put on it. It's a shitty thing that this stuff keeps happening and there's not any pushback or anybody being held to account for what's going on. So that's something that I would feel, you know, I feel crappy if I didn't at least bring that part up. We did have a couple of comments that I saved that I wanted to get back to.
Marcus, I just wanted to add one of the last things.
Yeah, go for it.
Sports.
Uh-huh.
The other thing, if you notice, if you watch ESPN, everyone is now embracing the gambling aspect of sports with the rise of all of these gambling apps. Whether it's Prize Picks. You have Prize Picks, you have Underdog, you have what's the other one? The real FanDuel. You know, you have a whole bunch of them. They are gaining money. Gambling, sports gambling is really, really, really on the rise. If you check social media, you talk to some of your homeboys who are into sports, they probably have some money on some of these games or these players. I just want to advise people, be fucking careful. These things can be manipulated as well. Just be mindful that you're not spending your rent or your gas money or your car insurance on a parlay or whether or not some quarterback is going to hit, 220 yards and 3 touchdowns. Just be mindful. But, if you are good at your shit, hey, do your thing, make your money. Just make sure you pay your taxes too. Don't get fucked up.
Well, I believe I can make an argument for a couple of the Super Bowls, especially during the COVID period, definitely being some rigging, in my opinion, going on. Now, some people would make an argument that they're all rigged, and I mean, it could be. I don't know for a fact, but I would definitely say the NFL, if you look at the first time in history that a team wins the Super Bowl, well, not the first time, but the first time ever that I've seen that it's happened back to back, when Tampa Bay, they won the Super Bowl with the Super Bowl being hosted in Tampa Bay. And then the Rams turn around and win it in LA. And I just thought it was an interesting coincidence because if it would have been any other team winning that Super Bowl there, they would have had a hard time getting their home fans to the game because of all the COVID protocols. So therefore, you would have had a drop in attendance. And it just happened to be very convenient how that worked. And it happened to be in a state where some of the policies were a little bit lax at the time. And then with LA, one of the most strictest places, all of a sudden, some of the things were a little bit more lax when it came to the policies and enforcement of things. And it just happened. So I look at it like this. Say it would have been switched. Say LA would have won that first year. It would have made things bad for ratings and some of the viewership. And if Tampa Bay would have won that next year. So to me, I don't think that like the players are literally getting a script to go out there and, okay, you're going to run 5 yards. And instead of catching that ball, on that out route, you're going to slow up and let him intercept you. I don't think that that's what's happening. But do I think that certain calls are letting, let this call go here, call that call there, call a couple of extra calls, let seconds tick so that you can kind of manipulate and mold a game? And then perfect. Warren brought that up also. Tampa had to win first because Brady was going to retire. A lot of this stuff is just a little bit too coincidental. And when you got this many coincidences, and also you factor in how deadly accurate Vegas has been at predicting and getting close on these spreads on damn near every single game, it seems like there could be a little something going on. That's all. That's all I'll say. I don't think it's literally rigged down to the players have a script and they're going down there fulfilling each thing to the letter, but it's some calls that are going certain ways to affect games at a key time that I think is going on.
Yes, but again, that's just something I would like to put an eye on, because even when you watch ESPN now, they're putting the spreads on the channel. That's not something that they used to do. They didn't used to cover it. There was a highlight earlier this week or last week of the Golden State Warriors. The point spread was 12 points, I believe. At the end of the game, somebody on the other team hit a three to make the Golden State Warriors victory 11 points. They showed the camera showed the bench of the Warriors. 2 players of the Warriors reacted after the guy hit the three. They reacted like this, like, Now, your team just won, right? So, and the opponent just hit a meaningless 3-point shot. Why would you react in that manner? Because you had money on winning by 14. They hit that three and it just screwed up whatever bet you had for that night. So we can, just through their emotional response, we know that gambling, which we've known to exist in sports for a long time, but now it's just really going to be out in the open. And now you really, really going to have to look at these guys like, did you do that on purpose? Did you miss that shot on purpose? Did you miss that tackle? Did you drop that pass? Did you miss that play? We will have to start really looking at this stuff. But, again, we all know the outcomes have probably been predetermined on some level. But now, some of these players, because they can make a lot of money too, they're in on it even more. So this is something that we should watch for. I hope that the pessimist in me is incorrect, and hopes that guys really just still want to prove that, they could ball out of control. I would hope that, works. I see people mentioning Vivek in the comments. That's another thing that blew up at 23, right, Marcus? Wouldn't you say Vivek Rama talk a lot?
Well, I wouldn't give him a lot of, honestly, I look at him in the same vein as, RFK. He's somebody who's just getting his name out there to possibly sell some books. I don't.
You know, the
I think
difference.
he's the Andrew Yang of this year, of this cycle. That's all he is to me.
Well, he's the Andrew Yang who has a 1,000% green light to talk shit about black people specifically, because he'll talk about other people.
On the Republican side, that's kind of like part of the game. I mean,
No,
look
no
at what
doubt.
Nikki Haley just did with the whole slavery comments.
Exactly, but we know Rama is supposed to be somebody different. But you know, they always hire some. You know, when they do have when the GOP does have a minority or DEI hire for them, you know, part of the shtick is that you have to talk bad about your own, and you have to somewhat pivot that into talk shit about black folks. And you know, he played his role real well. Speaking of black people and you know, culture war shit, this is internal culture war shit. The FBA crowd, the ADOS crowd, they may not like some of what I'm going to say, right? Marcus, you and I have talked about this on the phone, you know, off mic. But some of you FBA niggas, some of you ADOS niggas, some of you are dumb as fuck, extremely stupid. You guys are like surpassing the level of super stupid, and there's not much more stupid left after that. After that, I wouldn't even know what to call you, because some of y'all are out here really claiming that you are indigenous Americans. I mean, I don't know why you call yourself Americans, but whatever.
But your boy Ye, he just said the same. He just borrowed some of them dumbass talking points too.
Oh, I didn't see what he said, but yeah,
I listened, and you know his little rant that he had
in the rant,
and now
yeah.
he went back and he apologized on it. In the longer rant, he was like, "We the Native Americans, and there's pyramids in America, and like the Nile River running through America." So now, just like I told people, he is controlled opposition. And so any of the so-called conscious movement, black consciousness thought, some of it, there's some smoke to some of the stuff they're saying, but there's a lot of people who just want to get in on it also. So they just full of shit. And what's happening is they need somebody that they can have at the top to kind of, for anything that is saying something where there's some truth to it, to discredit it. And so here comes out Kanye West to come say a bunch of dumb shit, throw a couple of half truths out there, and then bury that with a whole bunch of nonsense so that the whole thing can be discredited. And that's kind of like what I'm seeing his shtick is. Were there some black Native American, I mean, black people who were natives? Were some of the natives darker? Some of them were, but how many of them are we saying that, are we now supposed to believe that, you know what, every person that we call Native American now just like stole your identity? And that's what I'm saying. It's taken out the well nuanced and researched approach where, okay, some did come and when they were indigenous here, some did come over and they set up communities right next to other native tribes. Some were runaway slaves and got embraced into the Native American community and then developed some of the traditions. Some were slaves to some of the, and so it's so many different layers of this. And because they can find one or two black people in Native American clothes, now all the natives are black.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And you know, some of them are like, well, the transatlantic slave trade was, you know, hyped up. It was, you know, hyped. It was more
not even hyped up. They're saying it's fake. It's just like a lie. Some of them are literally saying it's a complete lie.
Yeah, a complete and total lie. And you know, again, I don't know if they're feds. I don't know if this is, you know, infiltration. But there's a lot of them saying the dumbest things on Twitter.
No, it's just
again,
stupidity.
I know this doesn't apply to real niggas, because the real niggas I know outside, none of them talk like this. None of them view the world like this. I do find it funny though when I do check the geography or the location of the people who say certain things. They're always in a place where it's either like black, white, or Mexican. It's usually not in a place where they've had to deal with many different cultures. They're not from a New York or Los Angeles or Miami, you know, a Chicago, even like a Charlotte, Atlanta. You know, they're always from places where
They're
there's
not
not
even
culture.
from they're not even from a Great Plains state where there are a lot of native tribes. A lot of these people are just from a predominantly black area. That's it.
Yeah, and you know, because some of the comments, like something that kind of went viral on Twitter was some guy in Memphis. He was at the mall, and there was a Jamaican food spot in the mall, and he takes a picture of the Jamaican spot, and he was like, "Why is this here? This doesn't even belong here. I don't want this kind of shit in my city, in my mall, right next to the Chinese food spot." So again, I think, you know, for the people who really bought into that, you were swayed by stupidity. Secondly, if you really feel that way, then you're an idiot and you're a moron and you don't deserve anything, and you're whining and crying and you're not going to get shit because of your ignorance. Now, for the people who really about this shit and who are really working towards reparations, look, I wish you best of luck. You have already told me that I'm not included, but you know what? My homeboy Marcus is included. So if y'all giving out bread, I want my man to get some. So, you know what I mean? I'm all for it. But y'all got to stop acting the way y'all acting online. It's really embarrassing. It's really fucking embarrassing.
Well,
Now
well
you
what
can,
it well, what it is it breaks down to the fact of a lot of black people are coming to the fair conclusion they should be coming to, that they can't necessarily trust most of the information at face value. But what that's being is, let me just reject out everything that comes out and then just believe whatever random dude on the internet that's saying some shit that I agree with. There's no, let's actually get and read an actual book thoroughly, because some of them I'll ask them, can I just see your source? Can I see your source? And they're going to show me a couple of pages from a source. They're not going to show me the whole book, because when you read the whole book, then you realize that they even know that they're being dishonest. Or I don't know if they know that they're being dishonest, or that they're so tunnel vision at only wanting to see what they want to see. Like Gregory brought up, what about the Olmecs, Marcus? What about the Olmecs? I kind of take the position of, on the Olmecs, I don't know enough to weigh either way. I've seen pictures of natives who have the same features of the Olmecs, and I've seen black people that have the features of the Olmecs. Do I know for a fact that there were tribes who literally came out of Africa who landed in that area near the Olmecs? Yes. Do I know for a fact that they were the Olmecs? No, I don't. So I do know that for a fact that there were people who came out of West Africa into that area, and I do know that there were natives in that area. And can I determine which was which, or if it wasn't even a mingled society, having both of the different people there? I tend to not argue
Marcus,
on that
where
stuff.
are they? Where are the descendants of those people today who have not been mixed with some kind of European? It would be there because we see it with the people from the tribes that were indigenous to this land, or so it looks like anyway, right? We can see them without. We can see what their bloodline or what their type looks like when they stick to their own. Where is that for the Negro, the ones who are claiming?
Well, I want to know why your great grandmother, who claims that she was a Seminole, or not even a Seminole, because Seminoles were black, but who claims that they were a Choctaw, I want to know why that grandma has African traditions.
Mhm.
And then you might not even realize that they're African traditions, but plenty of them do, and that's an issue. And I get it. Our history was erased, so people are doing whatever they can to try to find that, and so it's leading people down all kind of different pathways.
Now,
And,
if
and
you told me if you told me that the family that somebody escaped slavery, maybe they assimilated into a local tribe or a local nation nearby. Let's just say they didn't enslave you and they took you in and they allowed you to bring, maybe a few other people from your plantation there. I would assume that after maybe the first or second generation of you living there, the offspring are going to adopt the culture and patterns of the majority of the people there. So I think that's what turned into your fucking African grandfather, or who had already been two generations there living with these people. So now, of course, when he takes a photograph two generations later, he's going to look like them. He's going to have on everything they have on. That does not mean that's where he started from. That's
True.
the point I'm making. So just because you call yourself something, that does not mean that is what your origin was.
Well, yeah, you had some who literally some of the natives did help them escape from slavery. Then you had some who were natives who were enslaved, and it's a whole mixture of stuff. But and even if you say, you know what, we are natives, we go back blah 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 blah, how long, whatever. Okay, well then, what percentage of native are you? Do you know that or not know that? I mean, it makes a difference. Like,
Correct.
I've done my DNA stuff, and I know what percentage that I come up, and it ain't no damn 100%. I put it this way: it's just barely enough to be on the rolls to be able to call myself Native American, which I don't go around screaming I'm a Native American every 5 minutes because I feel that would be disingenuous. Just like people who claim they have Levantine blood and it's like 6%, but that's a whole different conversation.
So that's something I that conversation is something that I noticed in probably the latter half of 2023. So I see it, and you mentioned the DNA, like 23andMe and Ancestry and all that. There was a big controversy with their business this year.
Well, I'll also look at the
also
fact of. Well, I was going to say, when you look at some of these DNA companies have biases too. So that's another thing you have to factor in. I mean, I just look at, and this is something, well, and Thomas, I think Thomas mentioned it earlier. Where does this come from? What is the purpose of this view? Why are people so fixated on this? And the reason why it goes to this belief of, if I am that, which some of them truly believe it, even if you were, let's say you are 100% correct. You are actual, you're actual Shawnee. You're of the Shawnee Nation, and you're 100%. When it comes down to it, you're still not getting the land. So and if you're not holding on to it, if you're not holding on to that identity because of cultural significance, and you're trying to follow to your cultural heritage, and you're just going to live Americanized, it really doesn't matter, because you're not getting the claim to the land. You're not getting any money. You're not getting any of that. And I think some of them, when I've heard most of this ideology popping up, is popped up with the whole reparations argument. And I think some of these people think that if they can tie this to reparations, it builds their argument and gives them a stronger argument. Because I've heard people say you can't claim for reparations if you don't have a country of nationality. And I think this is leading in to what some of these people are saying. I mean, whether that consciously or not, I think some of the leaders of this is where some of the BS is coming in.
Mm-hmm. And you know, another thing that Democrats going back into the political thing for 2023, you know, reparations in California and New York, you know, they that word popped up. California, I don't know if they're ready to disperse. New York is. I know, Marcus, that was a joke.
No, I'm talking
You know,
about. I'm reading Steve's comments. It's fucking hilarious.
oh, you know, going into New York, you know, they decided to pass a law that says they're going to form a committee to discuss this. So, in other words, they have no interest either
Why?
in
Why even? Let's
providing.
not even. I don't even want to bring up the
Yeah,
reparation stuff.
correct.
It's just so that all they're doing is virtue signaling. All this stuff is
Yeah,
no
that's why.
different than HR 40. This is no different than HR 40.
Yes, and that's what I mean. So for 2023, we saw it pop up. So it looks as if, oh, this thing might be gaining steam, but in reality, like you said, it's all virtue signaling. So given that this is an election year and the dialogue, I know there's political operatives and their feelers and handlers and friends. They take in all kinds of content. They have been watching the online discussion in black circles as it pertains to the Democratic Party. They probably don't even like what's being said. You understand? So we should expect in 2024 to hear the word reparations surrounding the Democratic Party a whole lot more. I hope people don't get gassed into thinking that that is something that the party is actually entertaining, because they are not. They have let you know on every single level they have no interest in it.
You
This is
think
at
we'll
a
hear it
time.
more?
Yes, I think for just only over the next 10 months. Yeah,
On
only
the
for the
local
next.
level, maybe local level stuff, because Biden's going to be the candidate, so I don't think that they need to like fight
Oh,
with the primary stuff.
I think a lot
Now if
we'll see.
if they were having an open primary, then oh yeah, you'd be hearing it like crazy. But
No, but
the
I think
primaries are going to be closed.
on the local level, you would see that, because think about it. If you are a congressman in California and New York, what would you say when you go to your black constituency? Hey guys, look, we're trying to make a headway on this reparations thing for you guys, and you know, if you don't put me back, then you know the Republicans are gonna come. They're gonna put you, you know, they're gonna push it off the table, and you know, so you got to support me so we can keep this item on the table and continue to work at it. You already know that's going to be the type
Well,
of
see,
pitch they use.
I just think for like Cali though, the black population is like already like so politically castrated, even within the Democratic Party. You don't even really need black support to get elected out here. I mean, and I'm talking about even in like Compton and Watts and places like that, you can still get elected without black support. And also most of this stuff is just set on autopilot. So probably, I want to say it's mostly the 45 and up who are the ones who are the main voters out here. Most of the other people are like, that shit don't matter. So I mean, they don't even have to do the tap dance stuff out here. I mean, maybe up in the Bay Area a little bit, but I mean, most of the people down here, they're just trying to work they 2 or 3 jobs and stay afloat. And I want to say thank you over there, Anna. Much appreciated. Said she has a question for us.
Shout out to Rockfin.
After that, I'm gonna throw
Rockfin
this. Yeah, after that, after your comment, then I'll throw this question that she has, and I'd like to hear your response.
Oh, real quick. I know I've been texting you. I don't know how many anime fans we have in the crowd. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I saw it when it first had dropped on Netflix, and you know, yeah, this is an ad, I guess, but yo, that Blue Eyed Samurai shit on Netflix is fire. I don't know if y'all had a chance to watch it, but that shit is fire. You should probably watch it. It's tough. That's my only
It's funny.
endorsement that I have.
Steve said,
It's called Blue Eye
just
Samurai.
Steve said, just admit that Ye built the pyramids in St. Louis, Marcus. You can't run from it forever. Yeah. Ye is, man. We might have to have a whole show just talking about Ye and bring Steve on. That motherfucker is. Oh, every time I see him, and it pisses me off with Hebrew Israelites who they will find a way. He said one thing in there that we agree with, and so they ignore the 90% of the rest of the nutty shit that he says. And it's like, I'm like, honestly, you guys sound as bad as Republicans when they hear one black dude shit on Biden. Oh shit, we might have one. And it's like, no, quit being so thirsty. Just stop. But Anna asks here, what choices do you think we have in 2024 to change this disgusting timeline? That's the question. You hear me, Chris?
No, wait. What was the question? I'm busy laughing at Warren shit. What was the question?
Anna said, let me bring it back. It says, what choices do you think we have in 2024 to change this disgusting timeline?
Damn it. What? To change the timeline. Ugh.
Tough one, right?
Well, I guess the only thing that collectively that we could do, right, outside of mass protesting and shit like that, I guess it would be the election. I guess for them to see a record number of non-participants, that would be something that is undeniable. Because look, let's face it, people, on one level, I get it. There's local shit that you want to vote for, but even when you do vote for the local shit, I know. I saw that. I thought he said blue, and I'm there.
I had to put that there so the Rockfin side can see that one too.
Yeah, I know. I said blue-eyed. I didn't say one. Yeah, Warren, you had me. I responded to you in earnest too. Like, oh, it's not that bad. But no, because they got some shit in Blue-Eyed Samurai too. It's kind of wild, so you got to be careful too. But anyway, going back to the question, I think the only thing that collectively that we could do, because we're not prepared to do any kind of like long-term boycott or of anything per se. However, I would say just an all-time low voter turnout would be something that they would have to take notice in.
Yeah,
because then it loses some validity.
Yep. I mean, me and Chris are both in agreement with that. Any kind of voting in this system helps give this system legitimacy. And that's honestly what they're more scared of than anything. One thing that I've told people is, if you look at the trajectory of this country, let's take it back to the 80s. Literally, this country has went in one direction, downhill. One direction. It's went downhill. And foreign policy wise, we have literally been following the guidance of Bibi Netanyahu since the 80s. And you can possibly even say the 70s. So foreign policy wise, we're following whatever the hell Israel says any damn way. A lot of the other stuff is mostly window dressing. The system needs to be exposed and delegitimized. And the problem is, too many of our mothers and fathers and aunties and uncles still keep, hell, I know whatever sucks, but he's better than the other one. And they keep being stuck in this paradigm of lesser of two evils, when all you're doing is continuing to create evil. Because some people could say, oh, well, the presidents just don't know necessarily any better. Well, what happens is the State Department, DOD, all of these people literally just give them, okay, here's option 1, 2, or 3. Well, the dirty secret is option 1, 2, or 3 are all the options which they want anyway. One is just, we kind of really want you to do 3, but if you do 1 or 2, that's fine also. And that's basically what happens. And even if you go from the mindset of, no, that's not what it is, you're being too pessimistic. What is the foreign policy knowledge and understanding been of any of these presidents in our lifetime? Most of them been lawyers that don't know shit about damn near anything. So what they're doing is they're literally just taking advice of the FBI, the CIA, and their generals. They don't know anything.
And they're obviously the business community is in there too.
Yeah, I mean, they're
massive influence on foreign policy as well.
It's all about whatever money is being lined in these pockets. And yes, not voting is one of the best ways, but on top of it, any way that you can find to add in your brick to, or take away your brick in a sense out of this wall, that'll help it tumble. And as it tumbles, that's when you can actually, because like I was mentioning earlier at the beginning of this, I just finished watching Mr. Robot. His goal was to try to take down this basically cabal, or the 1%, or the Diaz group, which it was in the show. And what you notice is every time they had one of these attacks, there was always contingencies that help keep that larger movement afloat. Even when even in the show, when they had him like take their money, the thing about it is anybody knows that anybody with any kind of sound investment knowledge knows diversify your interests. So even if you got one bank that they have their money in, there's so many other banks that you have to find also. So understanding it's kind of like looking at somebody being a doctor and looking at somebody who's sick. I know most of us are not doctors, definitely not me, but a doctor can't truly diagnose a situation unless they understand the full totalities of the sickness. If you don't understand the full totalities of the sickness, then all you're doing is treating symptoms, and then you're going to be still wondering, why is this shit still getting worse? More people need to understand how sick the body is. And as they can understand how sick the body is, they can understand the better gravity of it. And I think also putting pressure on some of these content creators who are still stuck in the MAGA stuff, or let's just criticize Biden over and over and over, and let's just talk about the squad over and over and over. These are people who are contributing to the problem because they're not addressing the core, they're addressing symptoms.
And that's how it's going to be. Marcus, keeping up with the theme of 2023, I just want to revisit I think the most important moment of 2023, I think, for a lot of people.
Was that, sir?
Some may have forgotten because a lot of shit has happened. Like I said, there's been a lot of accidents on this road that is 2023. However, but the largest and most important accident was the brawl down in Alabama. I know we forgot about it, but there was you had Aquaman send some delegates from the water, right? Because we had the fish people jumping out the water to get involved.
We had the hat
in the
signal.
fight. We had the hat up in the air, dog. You know what I mean? Like, yo, hats up in the air. Going back to Thundercats, you see that hat fly up in the air, you already know what it means. We get active, right? We saw that young guy come out of the water and proceed to just give everybody an 8-piece biscuit deal or meal, shall we say.
Mm-hmm.
We saw homeboy with the chair. He brought back the chair that really made it feel like on some WWF shit, WWE shit. Thank God for all of the internet users who made all the videos about this Alabama brawl, because that had to be the funniest and most important thing that happened all year, because
Mm-hmm.
black folk got to tear up the white folks, and they didn't even get in trouble.
I mean, actually, and I was doing a little bit more thinking, a little bit more thinking on what Anna was saying. We say this all the time, but for people who typically don't watch our show, I would say be prepared for what's going on and for things to get crazier. And also have your circle, and I know we have our internet community, but have like some of these people, get in touch with them in their DMs, get their phone numbers and start talking to them. And so when shit does hit the fan, it can go from a virtual community to a real community, because we could face a situation where the power grid or something could go down, and you're going to need to actually be able to have real people you can rely on around you. So that's just something I wanted to add in there also, because Chris always talks about, take care of you and yours. And it's going to be a time where if shit hit the fan, you want to make sure that you already have you a group of people where you're going to be able to get down with and be able to look out for each other. And when it comes to,
to help each other survive.
When it come down to throwing them things, you got somebody that you can lean back to back, when y'all got danger coming your way. So that's something that I think definitely needs, because I say it all the time. I know a lot of people in our community are atheists. Me and Chris aren't, and I'm a very, very strong believer in prophecy and all that. And I know some people might think I'm crazy or stupid or whatever for believing in it. But one thing that I've been talking about for years is shit is going to hit the fan at some point, and we all need to be prepared for it.
For sure. What else? What else?
Oh shit! Yeah, oh yeah, you're in Norwalk. Oh, bet that, Greg. Bet. Definitely a holler.
I was gonna say, what else did we get for 2023?
I would say another thing that happened in 2023. Some of the people who passed. Of course, we had one of the biggest pieces of shits in political history. Kissinger passed. Just a couple of names off the top. You had Matthew Perry, Richard Roundtree, Jim Brown. What is it? Bob Barker. Let's see who I got here.
Right.
Lisa Marie Presley. Raquel Welch. Jimmy Buffett. That's just some names. Let's
also going back to the unmasking and awakening. A lot of people are now aware of just how much money the United States has available to send to their foreign friends in matters of bullshit ass wars, and also touching on your foreign policy, Marcus. Pause. Look, how many billions did we send to Ukraine today? I mean, did we send to Ukraine this year? Right? We sent them an enormous amount of money. How much money will that bring back? Who knows? It's too much for my brain to comprehend. But we know it's going to be. It's going to be a lot of money. We see
Chinese spy balloon.
Chinese.
Pacheco Rome comes in with the 3 from outside. Yeah, the Chinese spy balloon.
We're gonna get right back to that. But yeah, so basically the Americans realized that there was an unlimited checkbook for Ukraine. They also saw that
Let's see,
there is
what else I got
also
over
a
here?
black card for Israel. They can just spend and swipe. They don't even gotta make the payment. But yeah, going back to now another topic, that Chinese spy balloon earlier on in the year, everybody thought China was sending these big ass low balloons over here to, to spy on us. Hey, we give TikTok all the information. They don't need spy balloons. They just go into the user information tab they have on TikTok. We give it all up. We really do give it all up. So, but anyway, no. But on some funny
I
shit.
forgot.
that-
Harry Belafonte passed also. That was another one.
yeah, yes, he did. But going back to
Oh,
it,
I forgot. Yeah, we had the. I gotta say this before I forget it. With the Buffalo shooting, the water powered car got lost in all
yes.
of that. The boy, the security guard, the first one who got
Mhm.
killed, was one of the latest inventors of some water power car technology. And looking into the history of all of these guys who have come up with any kind of technology that takes us away from the petrol, all of them have the same end somehow. So that's something
Marcus,
and so look into all of these mass shootings. There's always more going on
Mhm.
than what meets the eye. I know it was the racial
Marcus,
side, but there was
there's
more going
another.
on. And I wonder if there's
There's
some
another.
MK Ultra shit going on there.
There was another big issue. Another big event that happened this year that really took our attention. And I want to ask you this question, Marcus:
Mm-hmm.
Who is the more stupid group? The group that handles Biden, or the group that put them people on that submarine that sent them down to their fucking death?
Oh, yeah. I
Because
forgot about the submarine.
we got the submarine that had our attention for like 3 days. Look at the bullshit there. That had our attention for 3 days. They knew a few hours later that shit had been blown to kibbles and bits already.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't even talk about the fact of Elon Musk bought Twitter this year and then turned it into
Correct.
X, which
Yep.
I put a message out because I've been saying this for a while. I used to be like very active on Facebook politically, and then Facebook started turning into this establishment Republican versus establishment Democrat. And if you were outside of those two paradigms, then you kind of just got drowned out by all of the blue MAGA versus MAGA. And it was kind of before there was even a MAGA thing. It was it was like the Tea Party wing. You had the Tea Party versus the Obama people. And then it just kind of, Facebook got to a point where like, you know what, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna talk to family and friends. I'm not getting involved in this shit because it's just fucking toxic and getting on my nerves. And then the other half of it was you got all these little subgroups of half naked people. Well, fast forward, and I go to Twitter to kind of get away from that, because then you had more of a diversity of political thought. Granted, it was more biased towards establishment Democrats. There was more censorship of people on the right. I'll give them that. But I don't feel like it was like so overbearing as a lot of the people on the right were bitching and moaning about. Fast forward, Musk takes over, and it basically turns into like, Tea Party heaven. I mean, all they do, they bring up shit from like 12 years ago, one video of a black guy or 4 black guys beating on a white girl, and like it's like they scour the internet for the most toxic stuff to keep everybody divided, back to the blue MAGA versus red MAGA. And it's like, Musk, what did you do? Go, hey Zuckerberg, what was the algorithm you were doing a couple of years ago? I want to do it over here. And it just seemed like he did the same exact thing. He just flipped it more to the right. And honestly, Facebook was kind of flipped a little bit to the right, a little bit of a right lean, but he just took that and he flipped it even more to the right. And it's like, TikTok, I mean, Twitter's hardly not even that much fun anymore. I thought the censorship was bad before, but it's not that I'm censored now. What it is you're just kind of shadow banned like crazy. Like the shadow banning is way worse now. That's what I would say. And instead of how Facebook had the little side groups with all the half naked people, now he just supplemented that with just direct porn and a bunch of advertisements. I don't know.
I'm seeing way more porn on Twitter now than I did before, and I don't follow any of those accounts, or I don't like any of those videos.
You don't have to.
That's why I'm saying that's what's so odd about it, is that I don't, that's not my shit. I mean, I'm not into porn like that. For those of you who are, cool. For me, I'm not that hard pressed, right?
The amount of bots that are on there now, the amount of bots, gosh, X is full of bots. I mean, and bot accounts, like bot farming, like what was her name, Sally something, that was like that Democrat who had all those bot farms during the politics. I'm seeing that, like the N wokeness account and all. You're seeing there's so many bots on X now. And not only before, Twitter just had political bots for the Democrats. Now I'm getting the on a random comment that I might be criticizing about Israel bombing something, and I'm getting one of these sex bots who are liking the comments and now following me. I got like 35 new follows. And I'm like, fuck is all this bullshit? Sally Albright, that's what it was. Shout out to Stebs. I see her in the chat.
And those are all the ones where it's a female. She got a picture. She's like halfway dressed. So she probably showing some cleavage or some
one picture, one post,
one post, no likes, no nothing, no interactions.
No friends.
There's a bunch of those, no nothing. There's a bunch of those accounts on Twitter. He should purge those accounts, but of course, sex, directing people towards the sex sites, that can I can imagine that's a pretty lucrative business. There's a lot of money to be made there. You know what I mean? So
after he lost a lot of advertisers, I guess that's his way to supplement it.
It has to be. I brought up Sexy Red earlier. I mean, if you are looking at her account, or if you follow her, you like her music, hey, to each its own, but whatever. But when she posts something on Twitter, if you go and check her page and the responses, Jesus Christ, like, it's people be going crazy on it. And there's a lot of porn, a lot of OnlyFans responses to it, so there's a lot of that shit all over Twitter. And again, I don't follow any of that. I don't like those buttons. So it's weird that it would be coming up in my feed. You understand?
I can't wait till the point where he decides it's not going to be profitable for him and he fucking sells it. I'm so ready for him to sell it and be done with it. Unless the goal, what Republicans are always wanting, is just to have a right-wing Twitter, because that's what it's becoming. I mean, if that's the case, make up a new somebody needs to come up with a new platform so everybody else can just fucking move on from this trash heap.
Yeah, I know. It would be nice if we had that. I hope going forward, a lot of people in 2024 start to really and truly fully understand the term of ownership. Owning things is different, than getting a job. So if you can start something on your own and you take ownership of it, and you can turn that into something lucrative, or you can use it to make your life a little more pleasurable, less hardworking, and do those things.
Yeah, Chris A says Parler is coming back. I don't want Parler, and True Social is better than. It's better if you have kind of a right leaning. I I get tired of listening to too much right wing shit.
I
can listen to a little bit, but not. I can't just be inundated with, because I don't have a problem with having right wing views, but it seemed like you go a little bit with right wing views, then it always turns into some racial shit, and I just get tired of fucking all that negative racial shit.
Or it's how can I say, it's a hyper focus all the time on celebrities and what they're doing and how they're moving all the time, and it's like it gets annoying, because it's like you people are like, oh, we hate Hollywood, but you watch Hollywood more than other Hollywood people watch Hollywood. So
well, they hate watch. That's what it is. I find the right is big on hate watching. They love to hate watch shit.
And when it comes to matters of race, they always show their hand. They always show that they are just deep down, they are dirt bags underneath all of it. So while we may agree on a couple of things, whenever it comes down to the color of my skin versus yours, you will always prove to me that you're nothing more than a dirt bag who is holding on to 19th and 20th century ideas, and it's the 21st century. They're acting just like their old ass, dusty ass, washed up ass fathers, grandfathers, great grandfathers. But again, I'm not surprised, Marcus, that the people who do that probably have a hard time procreating. So all of these things that they do are leading to them being replaced.
Well, and the thing about it is, you go back to not that long ago, a big problem that you were having, especially in in Eastern Appalachia and all that, was, suicide and overdose. You're having suicide and overdose problem. I mean, deal with some of these things. Quit blaming everything on how you think black people are destroying everything. I mean, we're not even we're a small percentage in this country and becoming smaller and smaller. So I just don't get how. I don't get why we're the focus. Anna said, "Have you seen the fashion show?" And that's funny when you bring up the fashion shows. If some of the conservatives brought up stuff like that, I guarantee you see a lot more agreement with a lot of people in the black community, because I think people forget that, because a lot of black people do vote for the Democrats. Culturally, a lot of them probably agree with more evangelicals than they realize. And instead of always looking at it, the other way, they would have a lot more agreement in that, because definitely people I know in real life are like, I look at the NBA when I see these NBA players walking into a game and I'm like, what the fuck are they wearing? I'm like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, in the locker room, I'd have some comments to say to my teammates walking in with the shit these dudes be wearing.
I know.
It reminds me of like when Kanye was wearing them big ass fucking like video game boots.
Oh, speaking of which, he put out 2 products yesterday, the Yeezy Pods and something else. I don't know if you saw them, but they're basically like socks that look, I don't know. He put out a pair of socks for $200, and he put out what was the other product? I can't remember. He put out another product too, but it's funny. And I see people mentioning that Shamira Khan and Pearl in the comments. Both of those accounts are corny as fuck. They just like I put them in the same group with Dom Lucre. It's the same stupid content, the same, what is it, Shamira Khan? I mean, she another one, she can't seem to take that Tate guy's penis out of her mouth, but everything is just stupid comments. And she says things like, oh, Middle Eastern women are the most beautiful women, and here's pictures, evidence. And it's like
Anybody
ain't
that
show
says
me
that I shouldn't say this, but fuck it, I'll say it. I just want to spit in their face. Every
Doug,
there's too many women around the world of all different nationalities, and there's gorgeous women in all of them. So anybody who tries to say mine look better than yours, you're a fucking idiot. You're a clown.
well, also too, the thing is, she wants to show me these women that I would consider anorexic. You know what I'm saying? You show me these women are anorexic who've had their tops dipped in, you know, the latest makeup batch, right? So I don't even know what your woman really look like. I just know the nose.
That's something in 2023 that we should be talking about. Some of these makeup tutorials, some of these women doing makeup should be illegal, because I've seen what some of these people looking like before the makeup go on, and I'm like, this is a crime. You are going to, somebody going to wake up next to a different person. Like, you go to bed with Selma Hayek and you wake up with her from Frida. This needs to stop. Y'all are getting way out of control. Way out of control. And I see the body taping and all that. The deception level is getting to I'm gonna get you sucker level when he went home with old girl. It's getting to that level, man. It's getting to I'm gonna get you sucker level. Now for those who don't know, man, I'll go into detail if y'all need me to explain what I mean, but for those who know I'm gonna get you sucker, just think old girl with the red dress. It's getting to that level. It's getting out of control.
That's very funny. Yo, the deception, you ain't lying, kid. The deception on, look, that's another thing. That's another trend that is, I don't see going away, but I just see men are going to have to react different.
In fact, I'm going to try to find that clip. Let's see if I can find one that's safe. I'm going to try to find that clip and just show it so y'all can, for those who don't know what I'm talking about.
Yo, I saw the black chick. I don't know who she was, but I saw the black chick doing some makeup. They did the before. She did the before and after. Jesus Christ, the before, she looked like a goddamn gremlin bee. And I'm like, yo, somebody's gonna try to take that chick home when she goes out, because the makeup job, it was so crazy. Yeah, you're gonna have to walk around with like alcohol wipes and shit like that, so you can have them like wipe off their face before you actually like decide to mess with them, because it's really it's a lot. What you looking for? Oh yeah, that's right, you're looking for the video.
I thought I was gonna find the video, but all the ones I'm seeing are from like official, and I ain't got the time to find the whole one. But I'm gonna just
They mess up your clothes.
He meet old girl, and she looking all good to him. They get back to the room. He's like, well, I lied. I ain't exactly got 12 inches. And she's like, oh, it's all right. I haven't been completely honest either. My eyes, these aren't my eyes. And he's just laughing. Oh, okay, contacts. Okay, cool. No biggie. And then it's the fake nails. Okay, that's not a biggie. Then she takes off the hair. No, was it the butt that she took off? Took off the butt. The butt was fake. Then she took off the hair, and she was bald with just a little squiggly on the top. And then she took off her leg too. I mean, this is the level that we're going. I saw one where old girl didn't have no teeth, no nothing. She had fake teeth, fake eyes. She didn't contour to give herself a completely different nose. She didn't hit her damn neck. She didn't. Then she got the body tape thing, wrapping, sucking everything in. Then she got compression shorts with booty enhancements in there. Yes. Then they got the cup things added in there. I'm like, okay, this is going too far now.
It's just
y'all are just going too far. You got
Clint,
70-year-old women trying to pretend like they're 45. It's going too far.
yeah, it's really wild. I mean, look, I would like to say I'm at the age where, there's women my age that are even have fallen victim to this stupid shit, and I'm just like, yo, you're in your 40s now. What are you doing? Why are you thinking about that? Why are you moving towards that kind of shit? Like you was okay for the first 3 decades of your life with your eyelashes the way they were. Why all of a sudden now do you need the eyelashes that's going to greet me around the corner before you do?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Man,
I don't
my
understand it.
thing is, plenty of people, plenty of real men out there do not have a problem with women with imperfections, and for many years, real women, haven't had a problem with men with some imperfections, and it's like, do y'all really? Is y'all really that much in your own head that you feel like you got to alter yourself? That okay, maybe we all need to lose. In fact, I'm at work. We have a Biggest Loser challenge, and so y'all about to see me, start working on getting myself back in shape. And okay,
Mhm.
that's fine. It also, some people, if you got a little bit, if your lips are a little thin, how do you know that the way your facial structure is, that the thin lips don't work for you? Putting a bunch of injections in to blow your lips up like inner tubes don't necessarily mean it's going to fit with the rest of your face. It's the same thing these girls putting basketballs in the back of their pants. You still got chicken legs. That shit don't look right. And so let's just have a little bit more self-care and love for yourself. I'm not saying go out there and fucking be Lizzo, but come on, y'all. We can do better. We can do better than what we're doing out here. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. I'm sorry. Y'all hearing how me and Chris talk off camera, and we just I'm
Yo,
sorry. I
but I'm just
apologize.
saying, yo, for real, don't be Lizzo. I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with that.
And believe it or not, honestly, some of y'all really don't need to put 4 hours worth of makeup on. Some of y'all don't. Just
Y'all
get out of
taking
your
long.
own heads. Get out of your own heads.
And then
Some
you
of
know
y'all
what?
walk out there with no makeup on, perfectly fine. Just look at yourself
Look, and if
and love
you
yourself. Come on, y'all.
and then Marcus, if you look at the right side, your right shoulder area, this particular area, you'll see all the makeup on the side of
Or
your shirt.
or when you look at the face and then look at the neck and you like 17 shades different. I mean, come on. That shit don't look right. I mean, it looks straight when you take a picture and you put it on your social media, but in person, you look kind of crazy. Just saying. And especially,
Yeah.
okay, you that might fly in a nightclub, but when you at a meeting or you at work with fluorescent lights, we can see all that contour and shit don't blend the way you think it do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks
You look
horrible.
fucking crazy. I'm just saying.
And you know what? We were talking about the women, yo, all you dudes going out there breaking your legs to gain like 0.67 inches of height, there's something wrong with you too. The y'all niggas who running out there to get six packs, surgically done, something's wrong with you too. I
They pulling a
smell,
Cisco.
yo, they out here doing all kind of surgeries, pecs surgery, six pack breaking legs so they could be taller. Jesus Christ. You
Dude,
know,
I even saw what was it like Asian women doing surgeries trying to like no, it wasn't it was makeup to try to make their eyes look more Americanized. Come on, stop it.
yeah.
Stop it. Come on, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all going too far out there and y'all letting these so-called influencers do too much influencing.
Mm-hmm.
And
You know,
the
people.
crazy part about it is half of these people, when you actually see these influencers in real life, they don't really look like they know how to take a picture and catch the light from certain angles, but when you see them in real life, it don't always be like that. Trust me, I'm living out here in LA where there's a lot of these people where some of these guys be thirst trapping off of live out here, and they'll be the same girl that you see at Target and you didn't even realize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it here, and you know, obviously, I'm in South Florida, so as you can imagine, just like you in LA, you know, we see a lot of that. You know, like I see a lot of bad body jobs that these chicks are in debt over. I know they went to go get their consultation. They hit them with the mommy makeover if they got kids. They hit them with the, you know, the BBL Deluxe Plan Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and they don't have all the cash for this. So they're getting it on financing. So there's probably a good portion of women that are actually in debt behind their looks. And if you're gonna change yourself up and then become an OnlyFans chick and you plan on making money, cool. But the rest of y'all, like, yo, you still work in the doctor's office. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Pacheco Ron. Thanks for blessing us, brother.
Oh, Pacheco, we appreciate it, man. But I'm just saying, you know, these are things, these are trends and shit. You know, things that I saw heavily in 2023 that I think that we'll still see in 2024. I'm trying to think because, you know, we have 1:30, we're at 3:30 now, but I'm just trying to think, is there any major story that we missed? I mean, obviously Hamas
I went through, but
I mean, not Hamas,
the only
but
thing we didn't really talk about, I mean, I guess the two things that we probably didn't talk about, which I didn't really bring them up because there's something that we're going to be continuously talking about. Ukraine is kind of losing its Ukraine has went from like everybody's favorite kid to the black sheep now, and they're about to lose a lot of their funding, and this is probably getting closer to being over than people realized. And then I believe this Israel-Palestine situation is only going to increase and continue.
yeah.
Let's see. DeSantis looked like he was about to be a world beater, and he looked like now he ain't about to be around too much longer. His political career is gonna be stuck to Florida at best. What else?
Eric Adams. Eric Adams is in big trouble. You know, the feds is on him and his team on some, you know, probably some fundraising scams or some kind of shit where they was getting money and not spending it where they should have. So, you know, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, him and his team look to be dealing with some kind of financial, some type of financial issue with the feds. And, you know, people have already been arrested or at least questioned. I don't want to say arrested. Let me say at least people have been questioned. So this is not looking good. To Hamza, I see a mention of Dr. Shiva. I get Dr. Shiva. The only thing I would tell Dr. Shiva is like, yo, my only criticism of Shiva is that, like, yo, bro, you are a little bit too high on yourself. I get it. You made email, you've done all these great things, but you insulated yourself at MIT. You've only been around other white people or people of your family. You don't really fuck with niggas, so I don't really know why you really on TV saying nigga like that, Dr. Shiva. If you're a doctor, stay in your lane. Please conduct yourself accordingly. You can make your point without trying to sound like Marcus and I. We're not doctors, right? We're not trying to sound like we went to MIT and shit like that. So you really shouldn't be picking up on the language of plantation nigga and things like that. You should really watch it before you offend people because your campaign already isn't being noticed by a lot of people. So you really should not do shit to turn other people off. My other bit of advice to you is, my other advice to you, Dr. Shiva, I mean this in all respect, get off your own dick, right? We get it that you're great. We get it you done a lot of shit. We get it that you're a very smart, you're a very smart person. You've achieved a lot. You know, more power to you. Congratulations on that stuff. You are, you are smart and things like that. But again, you are also removed from real life. You went to MIT, bro. And again, I would have to say the same thing to him that I say to a lot of these other immigrants. Why y'all didn't go back home and get it popping? If you're so great, you're so smart, why you ain't go make that move at home where you was? In your case, I'm sure you was here from a young person. So, obviously America is probably where you call home, like many other immigrants. I get it. If you don't have a strong tie to where your parents come from, I get it. But the way you talk at times, you should relax, son, because you're not really all that plugged in with the grassroots. You're really not. Again, I listened to your interview with Marcus and all of your other interviews you've done on these other platforms. You are a little bit out of touch. You are just a little bit out of touch. The way that you talk about Martin Luther King, you probably just learned a lot of this stuff. You may want to show a little bit of respect when you're talking to people who haven't fully learned all of this. The way you talk, I'm just putting you on the game, bro, because you're gonna turn a lot of people off. You're trying to build a coalition of people. The way you saying shit, the way it comes across, is not gonna bring you. It's not gonna bring you a lot of support from the people who you would want to get support from. And in fact, if you keep up the bravado and all of the extra shit, they will actually put you in your place. So I'm just letting you know they can hype you up or they can really cancel you and bury you. You understand? I don't mean what's the word? Literally bury you, but I'm just saying we will make memes and you will be the joke. And you will get no traction. I'm just saying we're all raw. No. But at the same time, I'm very raw myself, so I'm not sensitive, and I'm saying like, oh my God, you're offending me with the things I'm saying. I'm just telling you, be careful, be more humble, bro, because you come across as if you know shit, but you don't know shit. You don't know what it's like being on this level. You was at MIT, your people had paper.
Yeah, I mean, I would Chris said a lot of things that I agree with. The couple of things that I'll say that he didn't say is I would say that when we talk about like when the reparations conversation got brought up, you can very easily say, no, I'm not for cash payments. This is my plan. You don't really have to go on and on and on and feel this need to defend yourself. It wasn't an attack. Especially from an interviewer like me, I'm just going to lay it out there and let you say and let the audience decide. Not even going to really press you like that. That wasn't my goal. Also, most people have heard a lot of your responses and viewpoints on a lot of these issues. So it worked better if you try to be more precise and concise with your answers so that more questions and a natural conversation can happen more fluidly. People don't need to just keep seeing an interview where they're hearing the same thing over and over and over and over and over, because I can listen to 50 interviews and I can guarantee you 60% of the interviews are going to say the same thing.
You asked him a yes or no question on reparations, right? And I get it. This is a hot topic. Answering without providing additional, context and details can get you pigeonholed. So I understand that you need to be careful about how you answer it. But you asked him a yes or no question as it pertains to reparations. My man started talking about people's spending habits and giving them access to MIT. Hey, guess what? Wrong answer. Not even just wrong. That was a stupid answer, Dr. Shiva. I'm sorry, but again, this is what I'm talking about. Remain humble. You're the smart guy. You created email. You helped communication, but your answer on that was, quite honestly, was use toilet paper. B. You should have just said no. I'm not for cash payments. If you say that that's how you feel, there's a lot of people in the country who feel that way. Stand on that. No, I don't.
Or Chris, what I can add to it, or is even if you do have a different plan which you would like to implement, first just get the no out of the way, get the yes or no out of the way, and then elaborate on the plan. You don't have to set up all this for the no, because when you do that, people are like, "Oh, this dude about to start bullshitting me," and so they start tuning you out. I feel another thing. This is the one thing which did kind of get under my skin a little bit. Of all of it, when I looked onto his page, how it was titled like some inner city stuff, and I'm like, I didn't say anything that I was doing this interview talking about the inner city, and why am I being portrayed as if I'm the representative of the inner city? I was going to speak to you on I had a lot of different topics that I wanted to go into that were a lot more in depth, and I felt like it kind of looked, in a way, I kind of felt limited the way it's summed up, the way it's titled on the page, and I feel many people which got more time talking to Dr. Shiva, I felt I run circles around them intellectually, and I just kind of felt a little disrespected. That's all.
The other thing is too, for all these people who are way smarter than me, who know a lot more than me, get way more money than me, live better lives than me, right? And then they want to throw their hats into the political ring. They want to run for president. Dog, you asked him a question, he kind of ducked and dodged. He didn't really have an answer for it. Nobody really does. But okay, you are the know-it-all of everything. How are you going to affect any kind of change if Congress is constituted the way that it is? Let's just say that everything was like legit and we could vote people in and out of office who would make certain decisions to, make life a little bit more balanced, right? Who else are you running with? You ain't give me a name of a senator in another state. You ain't give me no other, you have given us state representatives for the state you running from. So what are you going to do? Your ego is so oversized that all we need to do is put you in the White House and you and your big brain will figure everything out. I'm sorry, doctor, it don't work like that. You are building, it looks like an individual movement. We need a people's movement. Okay? So humble yourself. Be more willing to talk to people. Again, this is what happens. You go to these schools, you go to these elite Ivy League schools, you take on the attitude of them people. And to hear you carry yourself talking about, oh, they put the house nigga. They put the house nigga in the field. You sound like them white boys on ESPN who now trying to copy Cam and Mace. That's what you guys that's what you sound like. So stay in your lane, bro, and do what you got to do. But stop with the other antics. Stop with the antics.
Yeah, I agreed with that. I was like, you're getting a little too comfortable when you threw that comment out there, and then with the reparations thing, you almost seemed to get a little offended, like, and made it like the caste system in India is way worse than anything that Black people went through in this country, and I was a little taken back by that. Like, really?
Correct.
You really are going to make that comparison and try to make it like the caste system is way worse than chattel slavery in America? I don't know.
And you don't want to be disrespectful and be like, yo, word, for real? You really want to take it there? You don't want to have that type of program, because it's not as if you're really trying to like go viral for having to like check this dude like that. Marcus will be back. I really hate being on screen by myself. But anyway, Um, yeah, that was something that you know, but Shiva's not the only one who falls victim to this. Every single time we come to the topic of Black Americans, every single politician seems to fail at it every single time. That is because most of them revert to their European views of society in America. You know what I mean? They just take that on, and it uh what's the word I'm looking for? It comes out how it comes out, shall we say? Pause. You know. And Hamza, I see your comment that Shiva's not a politician. No, he's not a politician. But at the same time, you should get familiar with the people if you do want to be a politician. You understand? Like that's what it is. You should get like more familiar. But we're at like 3 hours, 45 minutes, it's like 1:50 in the morning. As I talk, I'm trying to think about, is there anything else that we didn't touch on for 2023? You know, I got some of the funniest stuff out the way. We touched on music. Obviously, in 2023, they announced that in 2024 they will release the Epstein list. That is something that we'll be discussing, I guess, at length in the next, I don't know, what is that? They said 2 days, not the second. So maybe sometime this week, we'll be discussing some of the names on that list. Now, again, I said this last week, whenever these names come out, when these names come out on this list, everybody just relax. You do your research first before you start going on and saying anything. Marcus, do you know who Charleston White is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't stand his nigga ass either.
Well, one thing that I've learned about Charleston White, what I see is this is somebody who he understands the system. He's a smart guy. Don't get me wrong. He's a smart guy, but you got to really read between the lines on what he's doing. He is throwing out some information in there, but playing the clown at the same time to pass it across the plate. Almost like what he's doing kind of reminds me of like capoeira. The goal of it is to make it look like a dance while disguising the fight. And that's what I see Charleston White trying to do if you really look at it. But if you just take it at face value, then, it's easy to see his buffoonery and take that as the real game. But
we have to be better as a group of people, right? Black folks in general. We have to be late. There's too many clown ass niggas who get way too much attention for being clown ass niggas. And that is something that in 2024 we should look to promote less of. Because there were a lot of, I know, there's a lot of accounts and a lot of people.
I look at it like this. The fix is in. And they've realized, okay, so our politicians, that's not getting us. We can't use them for manipulation and we're already using them for manipulation and control, but we can't get them to affect the mentality of the people. I'm talking about the Black community in particular. So let's try for the entertainers. Okay, they're not even really listening to the entertainers as much anymore, except for in the music department. So how can we get them? Okay, let's start getting these social media influencers. And that's where they're still getting their BS to keep the control. So what it is they've already went around to the front door, the back door, the windows. And so they're locking down all the exits. So in every single aspect we have to escape from the BS, they're controlling all of the opposition.
Oh, and Marcus, one of the last things I wanted to reference is that sloppy looking the Argentinian what was
Oh, yeah,
the
that
Prime
dude.
Minister of England? Who was the Prime Minister of England who looked real sloppy from a couple years
Bojo,
ago?
Boris Johnson.
Okay.
Which
Yes.
that's right. That
So
was something that happened big in 2023. He stepped down.
so Boris Johnson looked like, I mean, the dude in Argentina just looks like a
Mile.
brown hair. He looked just like him, except he just got brown hair. He looked mad sloppy. He looks discombobulated, and now
Well,
he's, what does he say?
well, Chris, the scripture said in the last day, you'll be given fools for leaders. And that's all I'm
Oh,
seeing
I mean,
all over the world.
all over
Fucking
the world, it
fools.
just looks like one idiot to another. And here in the United States, we're going to go from the brain dead to, you know,
No,
I can't even think of any.
we're going from the creep show to the brain dead.
No, we're going from brain dead to, like,
No.
no
He's creep
brains at
show.
all.
He's like a zombie. He
Oh
is
yeah,
a
yeah,
zombie. He
yeah,
is Weekend at Bernie's. He is a walking dead man.
yeah,
I mean,
for
just like
sure.
what happened with the current leader of the Republican Party, Mitch McConnell. His
Ooh.
ass is already fucking walking dead. Also, his ass is shirking it on TV and everything.
Yeah, he is. But I wanted to say that Homeboy, and this is another thing to look forward to in 2024. But obviously, it was big news of 2023. All of the countries who signed up for BRICS. Argentina was one of the countries that had signed up. They elected, the Boris Johnson of Argentina, and he told the BRICS countries, "Go fuck yourselves. We're gonna do us. We're not participating in your coalition." What that means for Argentina, I don't know. They're doing a whole bunch of crazy shit with their economy right now. Y'all should just maybe do an internet search to see what they're doing. I'm not that interested in Argentina like that because, again, they're very racist anyways. So I really could care less about their political struggle. But as a country, they have decided to pull out of BRICS, so they will no longer be part of BRICS. Come tomorrow, since today's the 31st, come tomorrow, all of the countries who signed up for BRICS in 2023, they will become official members January 1, 2024. So that'll be something to look forward to. So 2024, the BRICS coalition, let's see exactly how this begins to work. The dollar will no longer be the main denomination for how they conduct their business. Let's see. That this should be very interesting. This will be very interesting to watch if it has any effect.
Well, I would give if I got one recommendation for people to look at for what to expect in 2024, I'll just say Fahrenheit 451. I don't know if y'all can read the book or you can watch the movie, but I think that's what we're looking for 2024. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't have the access to watch it, it's basically showing a dystopian future where knowledge and books are basically being taken away from and history is being rewritten. And it's a soft oppression, a form of fascism, which I see fascism growing and growing throughout the world, not just the United States. I see it growing, not subsiding.
And it'll be the
That's
people
what
who
I
say
see.
they are and it will be the anti-fascists, quote unquote, who will help usher in fascism. That's how it's being set up now. You can see it with the Trump dynamic and our Democratic Party affiliated friends. You know, they don't care what happens as long as he's not there. They don't care if it's constitutional. They don't care if it's legal. They would love to slip Trump a Mickey and set up a whole scene while he was knocked out. They would take pictures and be like, "See, he did it." You know, they would love nothing more than that right now. They couldn't let that idiot fail on his own.
Chris asked me, what makes you say that? What do you see going on? I see a lot of things, it would be hard for me to put it all into words because it's so many different situations. But here, I'll give you one situation. And the people who are leading this lawsuit have been found to both be Mossad agents. For the university scandal where they're screaming about anti-Semitism on college campuses and this restricting of language. What you're having is a crackdown more and more and more, and you're going to start seeing this, I mean, advance. And as you see more and more of that advance, that's going to become more and more normal because you've already had people on the right and the left as far as leadership. And when I say right, I mean the vague right and the vague left. I'm not talking about your in particular, ideology. I'm talking about even if you lean slightly, you're seeing calls for censorship from the establishment on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And what people are looking at is they're pointing fingers at this side and they're pointing fingers at that side. Well, what's happening is it's an overall crackdown, and that's what the powers that be in the system do. They get you focused on the fascism that you're cool with. Oh, you don't like them talking like this on universities. Crack down on them. But then they want to crack down on you, what you want to say as far as what you consider a man or a woman. So you're going to have these back and forth. And colleges used to be kind of free spirit. They say whatever the hell they want to. And then most of those people, even the people who were the most so-called far left wing, kind of moderate, they became more moderate over the years. And either they kept that span in them or they didn't. And people go through their different phases, and some people became more of a revolutionary mindset. Some people fall away from it, but now they're trying to force it out, and that's going to become more and more normalized. This ministry of miseducation, which they try to push forward before, they're going to be pushing more and more and more of that now. I would say.
I wanted to mention this. Thanks, Janina. I appreciate it. I did want to mention this too when we were talking about our foreign policy. Yes, because of the oil found by Guyana, Venezuela is taking a very aggressive approach towards Guyana. I don't like that move by Venezuela. If you could have went about this a very different way, you could have worked with the people in Guyana to find the best way to either extract, to drill for, whatever you were going to do with that oil, whatever it is. You could have found a way to work with Guyana without taking full advantage of them. And now we're talking military. Yeah, Venezuela, I ain't really, I mean, I have to learn more about it, but I'm not really into that. I don't like that, especially coming from you.
Well, we definitely will be covering it. This is the kind of stuff this is why I always focus so much on foreign policy. And when you really look at foreign policy, it's honestly the same kind of issues that we deal with, whether it's class, race, poverty, religion, all that stuff. It's the same dynamics that are going on between these countries over here. Also, it's just a different. Some of them, maybe it's almost even the same system. It's just slightly different on some issues. But these policies the stuff in foreign countries tend to affect more people and more starkly than it does in the US. Some people like Weezy talked about earlier, even though he would criticize Biden, I know I can speak for him on this one. He definitely is no fan of Biden, but economically things have worked well for him. Just like I know people who things worked a little bit better for them under Trump. I can tell you for me, financially, I don't feel an impact from any president and have not felt the impact from any president going back to damn Clinton. Literally nothing they've done I feel like has impacted my work or employment or wages or any of that. So for you, if it's helped your business or it's hurt your business, I'm sorry for you. But for me, it ain't done shit to me either way. So that's the reason why I don't even focus on the domestic policies, because none of these presidents have done anything that's made any kind of. The only thing that I felt is when my wages got garnished for student loan stuff. That's the only time I felt anything, and that wasn't the president doing that. So
I know that shit's crazy. But Marcus, we had like
Yeah.
4 hours at 2:05. Pretty much ready to
yeah.
go. We'll be back on Saturday. Yo, like speaking of another show, if she get crazy with this list, because you know that's gonna be this coming week. If she get crazy with this list, do you just want to hop on like half hour, we could probably do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We might do just like a little abbreviated show.
Yeah.
When we'll pick a day, and it might even rotate. It might be like, okay, we can go Wednesday this week, and we're gonna go Tuesday this one. And so we're gonna flirt with throwing in like a good. Actually, it might not even be like a show like this. It might be like we just got this one issue that we want to hop on and hash out. And it might be we're going to talk about it for about a good 30, 45, maybe an hour, and then, get up out of there. And that'll be especially for any things that we see that's like pressing that needs to. But we'll hash that out. Also, I want to talk to Chris about possibly on the other channel reviving that a little bit more and just doing some more entertainment news. I've for the longest I've kind of thought about starting reviewing some movies because I do love my movies, and that's something that I thought about doing, or just some of the TV shows that I watch. So I got a friend who does that. I might even create a new channel for that and then start uploading the stuff from my other channel, and hopefully that one won't be so compromised because of the political stuff that we talked about that's made us such a target.
Correct.
That channel might be able to grow a little, and we're trying to keep the political stuff off of it.
Off of that one word. No, I feel you.
Well, Hums, it might not even be movies. It might even be TV show or even some old movies. But shout out over there to before we get out of here. Definitely shout out to Anna over there. Just blessed us so graciously. Chris and Marcus, you keep us sane, and we love you more than you know. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. Appreciate all y'all for being in here.
We appreciate definitely you guys on Rock.
Definitely Anna, definitely Steve, Greg.
Steve, what's up?
Who else was in here?
I appreciate that last week, man.
Laura also. I mean, I think I saw Dingo I saw in here. Any word? He was in there. Cowboys Lions game was so rigged tonight. But I mean, much love to all of y'all are in here, and especially for those who are still watching over on the Rockfin side. We appreciate it. Especially those people who have been, newly subscribing to the channel. We appreciate it so much. And for all the people who hopped in and joined us tonight, y'all could be anywhere else. Y'all can be anywhere else, but y'all chose to be here with us. And we're going to probably also work on, I've been thinking of, me and Chris have been talking about a bumper sticker or like refrigerator magnets or something for the show. And help advertise outside of here, because they definitely do not plug our show. And Hamza talked about it earlier in here. We are very, very, very shadow banned, and they literally, like, somebody has to watch damn near 75% of the show for us to get a view off of it. And it's just ridiculous how they're counting our view count.
Mhm.
And so we appreciate all y'all who in here, especially all y'all who show us love
Not
week
far,
in and week
Hamza.
out. We thank y'all so much. And if you could do one thing, more than anything, just give us a like. That helps the algorithm so much, and it helps
Mhm.
get our voice out there. And maybe some of y'all who want to disrupt this chain, that can be one of the ways to help disrupt this chain, by just getting information out there to people, because I still live by the old saying, knowledge is power. But that said, that's all I got. What about you, Chris?
I guess I'll save it for next week. We could do our predictions, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll do that next week. As far as going forward, I'm with anything. You know what I'm saying? There's, obviously within the time constraints. Obviously we have obligations and responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? So as long as it fits in with that, then I'm always for it. As we sign off today, everybody who has been with us, throughout, what is it, 2-3 years or whatever,
Yeah,
I hear people
three
say,
years. Some of y'all
yeah,
been with me for 4+ years. Some even remember me about 5 years ago.
yeah. So to those, to those who have just tuned in, to those who are always turning in, we really appreciate it. You know what I mean? We have fun. We get our jokes off. I think we have enough respect for you all, and vice versa. So I think it works. Um, I like what we do here, so I'm not going to complain. We're going into. Sorry, my phone was coming on.
Are you
Um,
good?
we're going into a new year, so I wish all of us, health, obviously, because if you have wealth and your health is fucked up, it don't matter. So, I wish everybody get their health right first. Then I hope you can add some coins to your pocket to help bring relief to some of the everyday financial struggles. And obviously for politics, I don't have any hopes, because that would just be stupid. It's just going to be more theater of the absurd, and we're all just watching this shit. So I say take care of your own. It doesn't just mean only your household. It means people that you really truly care about, even if you don't share a bloodline with them. You understand? In doing so, especially with people who are geographically close to you, that always comes in handy. So just keep that in mind when I say that. When I say take care of yourself, I don't mean you should hurt other people or shit on other people. It just means, you know what I mean? Take
Yeah.
care of your own. You heard? So, no, that's
Heard.
why I'm at with it. Everybody have a good night. Happy New Year's. You can find us online. You can find us. Please hit the like button on Rockfin and on YouTube. We appreciate that.
And I'll tell y'all, y'all might see me. I don't know. We'll see. Y'all might see me on AM Wake Up on Monday. I don't know. I might
Yeah, you
sneak
got
into
time.
Steve's DM and be like, yo, what's up, bro? But I don't know. If nothing else, y'all have a blessed one. Be safe out there. It's a crazy weekend. And I know y'all might not even be doing nothing, just riding back and forth, but drunks and crazy shit happens during this time of year. I know Wheezy just talked about losing somebody close to him, somebody that took themselves out. And so if y'all feeling lonely or sad or whatever, hop in each other's DMs, holler at each other, talk to each other, be that brother or sister that that each person might need, and try to make sure you are being a real community to each other. Much so. I will do a link tree, and and Chris H, I will look at possibly trying to put our stuff on radio, this is something that I've been talking with Wheezy. Wheezy knows a little bit about, Spotify and stuff like that. So we're working on stuff.
Shout out to the radio, the original radio people, Signs, and Kelly, wherever you guys are. I hope you guys are
Emmanuel.
And you hear us, what's up? So
yeah, Jared, that's just what it's been. It's just been tough between our schedules, and I mean, I still want to have conversations with Renee. I still want to have conversations with plenty of people, and so I don't blow people off. It just be, shit happens, and so
just be busy.
Be busy, man. Life gets a hold of us. So see Chris, who will be heavyweight champ by the end of next year in boxing.
By the end. That's
I think your boy Francis. I'm looking at your boy Francis. I'm gonna call him early.
All right, it's too early to tell.
Hey, his neck is the size of my waist. I'm like,
yeah,
exactly, Hamza. I'm like,
I mean, if somebody could come along,
if he can learn, but if he can learn how to be more defensive and be a better defensive fighter, he could be really dangerous. That's what I think.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, y'all have a good night. If you're going out, be safe. We hope to see you guys next week. It's the Political Matrix. I'm Cy Lawson. You got my co-host. Well, we got the boss, Young Morpheus, aka Marcus Cage. He's the founder. He's the troublemaker who started this shit. So if y'all don't like me, blame him.
I don't know, somebody else. I'm a pull a Mr. Robot. Yeah, one of them other people hired him. All right, y'all. Much love.